Ooh, what's going on, folks? Welcome back to the Virtual Steve Show. It's been a little bit. I've been offline, not streaming, but I've been coding my favorite game of all time called Spyfall, and that's what we're going to do today. We're making my favorite social deduction deception game called Spyfall. We're making it into VR. You can go play it right now for free online. Just type in Spyfall, grab a couple of friends, and play it on your phones, or you can go buy the board game, a bunch of cards, and you can play with that. But I'm going to make it in VR because I think social games are perfect for VR, and it's just going to be amazing. They need to make this an official game. Maybe I'll make the official game someday if the company that sees this, that made the game sees this. Okay, anyways, let's just dive straight in and let's play some VR.
To the game.
Okay, this is Resonite. So for those that don't know, I am just in a default area minus all these floating things you see. This is my work in progress Spyfall game. So I'm just coding. This is a little bit more performance optimized. Obviously there's nothing really running. We just have like a basic sky texture, light source, sun, and this ground plane. But so for those that don't know, how Spyfall works is you have 3 to 7 players. I wouldn't recommend playing with it 3. Probably 4 or 5 is like the sweet spot. But in theory, you could play with 3. I don't think you could play with... No, you couldn't play with 2. Because one person would be the spy, and one person wouldn't be the spy. So the person that wasn't the spy would automatically know who the spy is. So you technically could play with 3. As you'll see, I have this coded in here. Let's just equip this guy. If I try to increase the players, it works. I probably should put a cap on that to 7, actually. Maybe we can do that as one of our first tasks. I need to make like a note panel here. Let's just take some notes here. We're going to create some new text, and we're going to call this player cap 7. Alright, we'll get that coded in next. So a lot of this tonight, this live stream is just going to be me coding stuff live, 3D modeling some stuff. So that really needs to go into the to-do list, but that's a faster way to add it. So yeah, if I decrease this, you'll see the way I have it coded, it can't go past 3. It's the lowest you can go. So I got some stuff coded in already for the game. So the game works, just to quickly explain Spyfall, 1 of 30 random locations is selected. So I have all the locations coded in here. There's 30 of them. Space station, submarine, supermarket, theater, university, zoo. So these are the last 5 in the list. It's alphabetical order. Doesn't really matter for how I'm coding it. But one of these locations is selected at random, and one person is randomly selected to be the spy. And the spy can win if they figure out the location at any time of the game. There's a time limit that's set. I set this so you could change it. You know, depends on how you want to play. If you're a newbie, 10 minutes is probably good. So I got this counter working and all that. I still got to code some other things in for like maybe transitioning the music for when there's like 10% of the time left, so you know, just based on an audio cue. There's a lot of stuff I'm thinking about, but so you got a certain amount of time. The spy, in this instance here, let's just start a new round. So everything's working here. We're at the military base. But if you were the spy player, you would have no idea where you were, and you'd have a list in front of you of all the other locations, which is something that I actually have to include here. I want to make it, I listed it as optional, but really it should be mandatory. I need a UI for checking off locations as they come. Let's duplicate this one. We need to make a location list at a minimum. So I should be able to edit this, and we'll call this location list. Oops. I'm getting sidetracked here. Okay, so we need a location list, because when you're the spy, you're going to be looking at the location list. And sometimes when you're the regular player, you should be looking at the location list too. It's actually a pro tip if you're a regular player to constantly look at the location list. That way when you're a spy, it doesn't seem suspicious that you're looking at the location list, because it's just something that you always do. but that's a bit of a pro tip. So when you're the spy, someone's going to get selected at random to act first. So they have to ask another person a question. So let's say player 1 went first. He knows he's at the military base. He knows his role, which could be like general or journalist. There's 7 roles. Those, I have the coding worked for that, but that's the main thing we're working on tonight, by the way, is the roles. There's 210 roles that I have to hard code into the game. So instead of typing those 210 roles in, I'm going to try to come up with a way to automate that. So yeah, player 1's at the military base. He's going to ask one of these players a question. Maybe he asks player 3 a question first. He's going to say, okay, player 3, is this a good place to bring someone on a first date? That's like a general Spyfall question, by the way. I'm going to have a list, I think, too, of questions to ask if you can't think. I think that'll be helpful. So the players will be able to just click a button, and it'll just give them like 10 or 20 list of decent questions just to ask, no matter what, if you can't think of anything. Because sometimes people spend minutes thinking of a question. So player 3 was asked, is this a good location to bring your first date? He's going to say no. Now he can't ask player 1 a question back, so he's got to pick someone else. In this case, it's only player 2. He's going to ask player 2, hey, how's the security at this location? Player 2 has no idea what the location is yet, so he might say, the security's not that good here. It's pretty much a 50-50. And if he said that, then player 3 and 1 would pretty much be cued in on, like, that's probably the spy. Security at a military base is pretty good. So at any time in the round, the players can unanimously vote a certain person, and if they choose the spy correctly, they win. There's actually a point system that's built into Spyfall. I'm not going to worry about that right away. I just like the base game without the point system, but I think the point system does add a unique dynamic to it. Based on the rule book that's in Spyfall, which we can bring in here in a little bit, I have a picture of it. You choose, like, do you want to play like 5 rounds for the whole game? And there's a certain amount of points you get based on if you choose who the spy is or if you succeed as the spy. So that comes into play. But yeah, they're going to pretty much know right away that that guy's the spy, so he's going to lose. But at any time during the game, literally any time, the spy, even if it's his first turn, he hasn't asked a question yet, he's got a 1 in 30 shot. He could say, I know the location, it's military base, and he would win automatically. But obviously that's not going to happen. The spy, usually you want to wait as long as you can to get as much information as you can. So what's great about this game, though, is there's a really good nuance that when you're asking questions to other players, you want to be vague in a way that doesn't give away the location to the spy, but you also want to clear your name. So player 1 doesn't want to ask player 3 a question like, is there a good time of year to visit this location? That's a pretty general question you can ask, but player 3 is going to hear that question and be like, that doesn't really apply at a military base. I don't know. Doesn't really make sense. So he might start thinking player 1's the spy. And sometimes what happens is players will just ask bad questions, and all the other players will just think that they're the spy, and they all vote for them. The spy will vote for them, and the spy ends up winning. So that's Spyfall in a nutshell. We need to code some stuff, though, so let's get into the coding. This UI obviously is all going to change. It's just boilerplate, basic stuff to make sure things are working. We have a requirements list here. Some of the stuff's marked as done. So number of player selection, that's going to come in handy for when people leave or join the game. We need to know how many people are playing, so that works. I have everything coded in to work for that. Maybe we'll get to testing that tonight with an additional 4th player, but time, let's see what else we got. Number of spies selection. So in Spyfall, at least in the online version, I don't know if the official version you can add more spies, but I'm not going to worry about this for now. I think this is more when you start dealing with the 7+ limit of players. I guess in theory at 7 players, maybe 6 players, you could have 2 spies, but we're not going to worry about that right now. We'll see how popular this game gets. If it gets real popular, I can consider adding that in. So I just said not applicable. Randomly selected location, so that works. As you can see, we got a beach, we got a casino, We got a theater. And I should mention this is based off of Spyfall 1, and it's basically based off of the card game. As you can see here, I have these card textures. I may or may not end up using the visuals for these. I probably won't, at least in the beta version. But I really like the artwork for this game. We can bring in some of the artwork. Actually, let's do it right now. Let's bring in some of the artwork. It's pretty cool. It's kind of silly. So what's great about Resonite is you can easily bring in textures, 3D models. So you can see I have this projects folder on my D drive where I keep everything I'm working on at any time. It's in projects. I have a Resonite folder for anything that's related to Resonite, and then in there I have Spyfall. So down the road I might make some more games and stuff for Resonite, but right now I'm focusing on Spyfall. So we have some folders in here. I should have one that's like final cards or something. Spyfall official artwork. What's this? Oh no, we don't want that. Actually, we could bring that in. Why not? Bring it in as an image texture. So yeah, this is what the box looks like if you go to buy it in the store. It's kind of hard to find. Every time I'm in a store, like a Walmart or Target or wherever, I just browse the card section. I'm just always curious. I don't need to buy it. I'm just curious if they have it, so I'm always looking around. Let's bring in a card. Card cleanup, maybe? Resize cards. I don't know where I put my stuff. Cards, infill me. Okay, we got some stuff here. Okay, so this is a beach PNG, the beach location. Oh, I was trying to do some masking here with this. But yeah, you can see every card has like a theme, same art style. There's always like a little spy guy hidden in the cards. It's kind of funny. So I may or may not use these cards. I might just use some AI generated stuff. But I took this picture with my phone. It turned out pretty good. Maybe that's not a good example. Let's see what Beach 3 looks like. What does Beach 3 look like? Yeah, so I did some AI cleanup on this. At first I thought I might want to remove up here. They have a location name up here and a role name. This part up here didn't turn out good. I was just messing around. But you can see down here I removed, there'd be a big rectangle down here where it would show the role name. And using AI, use Stable Diffusion and some stuff in GIMP, I was able to really just clean this up. You would never know if I didn't tell you that that bottom left corner of the card was completely AI generated. Now that you see it, obviously it looks a little bit different than the rest of the sand, but there's also an early version of a prompt I was using, but I wanted to test to see if it works. So yeah, I got some options if I want to bring in some art to this game. But as you can see from the UI, you really don't need the artwork. I think it adds a little bit of flair to the game. The spy could just have a card that looks like this. Another thing I need to figure out tonight is when I grab these, the variables get set to null. So I got to figure that out. It's not a big deal. A lot of times you're probably just going to have your card sitting in front of you so no one else can see it. But I need to figure that little bug out. Well, it's not really a bug. I just coded it wrong. Okay. Requirements. Randomly selected role based on location. So that does work, although I recently deleted all the roles. So basically how it works is we have this location list, which is all 30 locations. So the start of the game, those get randomly selected. I'll show some of the code for this in a second. So that's fine. And then based on the location that's selected, the next part of the code, okay, so say we're at day spa, it's going to assign each player a random number. So day spa 1, someone will get, day spa 3, and these will be the roles. So these players down here would, university, you would see like teacher, student. I'm going to use all the roles from the official game. There's like 1 or 2 out of the 210 that are kind of cryptic, and I had to look them up what they meant, so I'll probably rename some of those so they're a little bit easier to understand. But so yeah, that's basically it for the requirements. New game options really not required. You basically just start a new game when you hit start round. So we're pretty much fully coded. The only thing that we need to do is hard code in the roles. So that's kind of what this whole stream is going to be about. We're going to be using AI. We're going to be using some scripting inside of Resonite to try and take a list of 210 roles. Is that math right? So that's 7 roles per 30 locations. Yeah. 7, 14, 21 times 10. Okay. I think the math's right. So yeah, what I could do is I could type them all in here. So airplane role 1 is going to be pilot, and airplane role 2 is going to be something like a stewardess. But as you can see, this would take a long time. I'm not going to do that for 210 roles. And also I'm thinking about future-proofing this. Oh no, my headset's low on batteries. Well, that's not good. Oh, shit. Well, ooh, I got an idea. Okay, so yeah, I didn't want to show this off, but I will show it off right now. Let's take a break.
Taking a break.
I actually kind of like this now that I have this. So I purchased this little guy recently. This is a huge power bank. Let me see if I can get a good view on it. This way. So right now it's at, what is that, 96% or something? I got my Quest headset plugged into this. I just wanted to test this tonight. 96%. This thing is heavy. It's like 1.2 pounds. And I was just trying to see, can I get some extra battery life out of my Quest? I can easily just plug this cord. This is like a 14-foot cord or something. I can just plug this into my computer, but I wanted to test this sucker out. But my wireless headset is dying, my headphones. But I can just plug this cord into the headphones. So my Quest 3 is now gonna lose battery, but that's okay, because we got at least an hour and a half before it dies. And I can charge this sucker up while we're playing. And it's charging off of the battery bank. Oh, I didn't plug it in right. What did I just do? I need to unplug something else. Give me a second. Okay, wireless headphones are plugged in. And I still did something wrong, I think. Here we go. All right, now we plug this in here. And we're charging at 1.2 watts. 1.3 watts. Okay, so I think we pretty much showed off everything we need to show off in-game. I'm going to do some live stream setup stuff, so I think I can take the headset off for now, actually. And we're going to work with ChatGPT here for a minute, and then we're going to get back into the game and try to figure out this code. So we'll just let this stuff charge for a minute. I'll actually just go over to my computer, and I'll see you guys in a second. I've never set up a webcam live before, so we're going to do that real quick. Turn this headset off. Alright, you guys will see me back on the screen in one moment here. I need to make a brand new scene in OBS, and we're going to make this webcam feed live. So I'm going to try to show that up. So I'm going to make a new scene, and first thing I will add is my microphone, because I'm going to be muted here for a second, so just give me 1 second here. S_desktop. Desktop. Okay, I added the mod mic wireless to the scene. Now we just need to add a display capture. We'll call it main desktop. Boom. And why is it not selecting that? Okay. All right, cool. There it is. Okay. So yeah, there's the OBS. We can minimize Resonite for now. I can almost probably close it for a minute, but I got my nice little Balatro background. Love that game. Haven't touched it in a couple weeks, but I gotta get back in and get my completionist plus. Okay. Now we need to add a webcam. So I'll make that smaller. I can make it big. Shouldn't matter too much. It's gonna look a little wonky for you guys for a second. I'm gonna create a webcam mask live. This will be a little fun little demonstration. So, all right. So we're gonna add a source. We're gonna look for my webcam, and we're gonna add a new one. All right. You guys can see this good. Okay. Create new. We're gonna call this desktop cam. And we need to select it if it shows up. There we are. Up close and personal. Okay, you guys can see all this good. Okay, so we'll do custom 1920 by 1080. Whoa! And we'll just set it at 30 FPS. Alright, you can't see my desktop anymore. It's okay. Let's just do this for now. Alright, this is good. This is fine. So another cool program I want to show off. Oh, I wish I had like a light up here. My lighting's a little weird. That's okay. There's this program I use for all my live streams called CamuZ, which I highly recommend because every time I set my live stream up, I have to reset up my... Wrong button. I have to reset up my camera. Oh, that actually worked pretty good. So yeah, my camera just floats around, and I have this really sweet system that I came up with for the green screen, where it's essentially tape that you put on your ceiling that doesn't destroy the walls, connected to a wood block that's attached with Velcro that has a hook on it. And I just threaded some rings with hooks, so I can just take this green screen down whenever I want, literally in a split second, no damage to my walls. And I have this nifty little calibration overlay that you can see here that I use just so I know that it's lined up right. Which actually, the way I have it set up, I can actually technically just leave that on, I think. But I like to turn it off. But in order to get the green screen keyed perfectly, my lighting is extremely consistent, but the camera settings always change. So there's this cool program called CamuZ that you can open, and you can see for my low cam here, it's got all these settings, which is perfect for getting the immaculate chroma key that I have. Although I did notice when I got close to my camera in the intro, it probably needs to be adjusted a little bit, but that's fine. So you just load your profile, and I have a low cam night that I load, and you'll see nothing changed because that's what I'm using. But we need to tweak this camera here. It actually looks pretty good. I'd like to turn off auto though. Ooh, what just happened? I like to turn off auto so I can adjust stuff. So we got the white balance. We'll keep it right around here. Actually, we can probably turn auto on and then just deselect everything and then save this as... This looks pretty fine, I think. We'll save as desktop_night. Because the lighting conditions between day and night can be a little bit different. I never really live stream during the day, so don't really need to worry about that. But so now if we monkey with this, change these settings around, I can just hit load, and I can go to desktop night. So this is part of my pre-stream setup. Your camera settings don't change on all cameras, but some cameras they do. I'm using the Logitech HD 1080p 60 FPS cameras. Pretty standard stuff. But when you reset your computer, all the camera settings change. So if you don't reset your computer a lot, you don't got to worry about this, but just part of my pre-live stream setup. So yeah, before I go live, I'll select desktop night. If I want to use this desktop camera, boom, everything's back to where it should be, and you're done. And they sell a paid version for $5 of that program where you can automate that in OBS. I think when you launch it, you can have scripts that just do it. I think it used to be a free feature, but it's smart of the dev to include that. Okay, so let's adjust this webcam a little bit. Something like that. And we're going to make a cool little thing in GIMP real quick. We are going to center myself as much as I can. That looks pretty good. And we can do something even better. We can do this. Whoa. And we can grab a screenshot of this by using something in OBS you guys can't see right now, but I think I can right click and I can do screenshot preview, and that got saved to a folder, project, simple VR, Livestream OBS recordings. Okay, so let's go there. Projects, simple VR Livestream recordings, and there's the screenshot. So we're going to want that guy. This will take us probably a total of 5 minutes, hopefully, or less. This is something I've been needing to do, though. All right, so open as layers, projects, simple VR live stream. Let me bring my OBS out of here now so I can see what I'm doing. This and this. I wasn't centered though. What an idiot. We can just redo that. That's fine. Boom. Boom. Screenshot preview. Okay. I think I was centered that time. Look at that face. Look at that mug. Okay, cool. So we're just going to make like a circle. But we're going to use a gradient. So we'll make a new layer. This will make more sense once I'm finished. We could just do a basic circle. I'll show that off. So we could just do this. That might look okay. And we're going to fill this in with the whitest of whites. And we'll make a new layer. Below that, it'll just be all black. Oops. And we can export this. Simple VR live stream cam mask. We'll make a new folder called desktop cam. And we'll call this solid circle mask desktop cam .png, even though it doesn't matter, it could be a JPEG. Alright, now what's cool about this is we can go into OBS and we can apply a filter to the desktop cam that has an effect called mask or something. We can actually just rename this one solid circle because we're going to do another one. Oops. Solid circle. We just browse for that file and we're good to go. So projects, simple VR live stream, cam stuff. There it is. Okay, cool. So yeah, it works. Then I can just resize this as I need. And as you can see, it should work pretty good here for showing stuff off. I kind of like this. Kind of like the solid circle. We'll test the gradient one, see how it looks. Okay. So as opposed to filling that circle with a solid white, we will try using a gradient. Let's try that. So we're going to go to fill, gradient. We're going to switch this to radial. And we want the foreground to be, I don't know, let's test it. Did it work? All right, we want it reversed. So let's just swap these. And we probably want to fade it like that, maybe. Something like this. Try to center this better. And we can mess around with this. That might look a little bit better. Alright, let's... Is it applied? I think it's applied. File, export as gradient. Gradient circle mask desktop cam. Okay. Alright, we can close GIMP now, I think. I don't even need to save this, that's fine. The one I got now is pretty good. Okay. Boom, we go here. Filters. We'll add a new one. And we'll call this gradient. And, oh, what just happened? What did I just do? Let's get rid of that one. Let's add a new one. Color. Gradient circle. Call it. I think I screwed something up. Yeah, that's bad. Alright, let's fix that. Oh, I closed GIMP. Alright, we'll just use the solid one. That's fine. I had my white values too low in the middle. Okay, anyway, so over to ChatGPT, because we're going to try to save some time. The funny thing about this, I could have probably been about... I had a hard code 210 rolls. I probably would have been about 25% of the way by now if I would have just did it. But I want to future-proof it. So I had 3 different methods that I thought of that I could use for getting the text into Resonite. So unfortunately, Resonite, for whatever reason, it doesn't support arrays or lists as like a data item. I think there's weird workarounds that you can do to get that to work. But you can't just work with those types of data. So I can't just drag and drop it in because you just can't. So I could manually type them all in, or I could make a Python script. This was my first thought. Every time that I press Control V, it would just move to the next roll. So at least that would speed things up. But I should be able to code it straight into Resonite with parsing of a giant text string. So that's what we're going to do, because this is the most future-proof thing that we can do, which I think it'd be fun because I think people with a decent prompt, I could have people customize the Spyfall game. They could just make a Marvel Spyfall or a Star Wars Spyfall or a Super Mario Spyfall. They could easily, with this base prompt that I would come up with, it would generate all the locations and all the roles. And that'd be pretty cool. They could just import that text file, and then it would just completely automatically make the game whatever kind of Spyfall they wanted. There's also another layer deeper where we have some stable diffusion integration where I could come up with a preset prompt macro that would just generate the artwork for all the locations as well. But okay, let's take a look at this. So I was already working a little bit with ChatGPT, as you can see. This one doesn't seem to be successful. Somewhere in here I have the full list of Spyfall roles, so let's just start a new chat. What are the 30... Let me zoom this in a little bit more so you guys can see this better. Yeah, I'll go up here. What are the 30 locations for Spyfall? So this was set as a memory inside of... I'm going to assume this is correct. I think it's correct. This looks pretty good. I'll say okay, looks good. I need some text that is formatted like this. Alright, so this is what one of my favorite uses of AI is, just automating tedious tasks. So we're going to go airplane. Pilot. Oh no, I don't want to do this. I want to do roll B. Why did I start with B? Yeah. Roll B. Roll C, etc. Repeating for each location. Seven rolls per location. There's a reason I'm going with letters, by the way. You'll see that soon enough. All right, let's just see what we get from here. Ah, what the hell? No, I did not want that. All right, let's just stop them. No, I actually want roll A, roll B, etc. Also use things like AA, AB, AC, etc. Okay, this is what I wanted. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so this is what we need to test the code that I'm going to write. So if I can come up with a format for locations and roles, I think I don't want any new line characters though in between those, so we can prompt for that too. This should be good. Why is space? Oh, it must be like a character or something. Space character. No space in between the next. Oh, no new line. In between each location. So I did some other fun stuff with ChatGPT. I don't know if it's going to show up in these chats at all, but I took some pictures of the cards. I was hoping to find a way to automate me having to type them in. It's really good at analyzing the pictures and just extracting the roles from those. So let's see. Medical roll cards. I think it's this one. So yeah, check this out. This is really cool. So cool. I just took a picture. These are the actual cards in real life. So this is the hospital roll. Let's open it in a new tab. Oh, what did I do? Open image in new tab. Here we go. Why is it doing the save as? That's weird. Well, maybe that's how it works. Whatever. Save image as. Whatever. Let's just throw it here. I can just open it. What did I just do? So yeah, you can see the artwork's kind of fun. The spy is just in the bed recording data with his cast on. That's kind of funny. But yeah, You can see the roles are surgeon, head physician, physician, intern, pathologist, patient, nurse. I just sent out this picture and I said, get me the roles. Let's see exactly what I said. List of roles on these cards. This is the very start of the chat. Got it on the first try. Just the list of roles, please remove the numbers, and just new lines for each. So yeah, it knows what it's doing. I didn't have to prompt it for the next batch of cards. So this is a quick way I can extract them. Unfortunately, I don't have the paid version, so it's limited to a certain amount of uses per day. But worst case, I could just type these in. It would be fun though for AI to randomly come up with a list of roles in that. So we could do this. We could prompt it. I'm actually curious how that would work. So one of these carnival roles overview. What's this? One of these prompts I had. Oh, is this one? So this prompt with ChatGPT already knows that I'm trying to like get the locations for each role. So it already knows that there's 30-ish locations with 7 roles each or something. So I'm just curious if I prompt it. Let's pretend that this is Spyfall. What kind of Spyfall should I do? Anyone in chat got any recommendations? What kind of Spyfall would you like to see? Something that hasn't been done before. Spyfall Nintendo. Yeah, that's good. If you guys got other ideas, throw them in chat. I'll try them too. I'm just curious if this would work. Let's pretend this is Spyfall Nintendo. Come up with... Oops. I usually don't autocorrect my typing, by the way, when I'm talking to AI. I'll do it for you guys because you're watching live, but AI is so smart. They know what you're trying to say. Come up with 30 locations with 7 roles each that would fit different famous Nintendo in-game locations. Example, I'm drawing a blank. Mushroom Kingdom from Super Mario. Roles should make sense based on the game they came from and the exact location. Okay, here we go. This is gonna work. We just made Spyfall Nintendo. I was hoping Hyrule Castle came up. That was what was coming to mind. I couldn't think of any roles though. Oh, look at. Okay. King of Hyrule, Link, Zelda. Yeah. So the prompt needs to be changed a little bit because these are just names of people. Like in Congo Jungle, I would expect to see that there's like, I don't know, a Kong guard there, or you know, maybe a Kong merchant. They're just listing names of people. I like the banana collector role. It's pretty cool. So they got the Pokemon Center with Nurse Joy, Pokemon Trainer. This is cool. Isle Delfino. So yeah, this is a little bit B-side stuff. Like I don't think everyone's gonna know Super Mario Sunshine, but you could tweak these. Great Plateau, Smash Bros. Arena, Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, this is pretty cool. So yeah, eventually we'll have maybe just an AI built-in Spyfall. Just hey guys, what kind of Spyfall do you want to play tonight? Let's do horror movie. Let's try that next. Okay, now do it with horror movies. This is the power of AI right here. And I always, you know, what everyone needs to know is with AI, you do not just take the result. You use this as inspiration, you use this as a starting point. But look at this, already. Number 1, Camp Crystal Lake. I have no idea what that even is. Friday the 13th, okay, it's probably a creepy lake. But just knowing about Friday the 13th is an amazing movie. It's maybe, I think I've seen it a long time ago. But anyways, it seems to be on cue about what people want. Overlook Hotel, The Shining. Come on. Perfect. Elm Street. Freddy Krueger, Teenager. Dream Demon. Ooh. Alright, let's just do one more. I can't. This is just too good right now. Spyfall ideas. What could another Spyfall be? Oh, let's just ask the AI. What would some other cool Spyfall themed ideas be if you were a male teen from... No, I'll just do this. If you were in the gender and age range of someone who play this type of game. So this is prompt engineering at its finest. Just let the AI do its best. All right, what did it give us? Here are some cool themes. Fantasy Kingdoms. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, like fantasy Spyfall. Yeah, no, this is getting a bit weird though, because it's like, I guess it might work. I don't know. Space exploration, superheroes, sure. High school drama, How many locations do you have there? It seems like it's one place. It's one location with sub-locations. Alright. Post-apocalyptic world. Alright. It's hallucinating right now. Yo, quit. Please. Stop using ChatGPT. Wazzy the Yeep. Wazzy the Yeep needs to get out of here. How do I ban people? Let's try to ban someone live. I've never banned someone before. Let's just do this. He says stop yapping so much. I like to yap. That's what I do in my live stream. Let's ban you live. Let's figure this out. I don't even know how to do this. That's how much of a noob I am. Alright, you can watch yourself get banned live. Ready? Watch this. How do I do this? I go... I'm so bad at this. Here we go. Don't give up. Okay. Alright. I like it. Let's just test it though. What does the ban button do? Oh, here we go. Now I know how to do it. I can put the user in a timeout. Okay, so we got to get back to coding. He is right. Your brother was right. I apologize for threatening to ban. Although I do need to learn how to do that because it's going to come up in the future. Okay, so we have our list of this. This is what we need. Okay, here we go. So we're going to copy this code. I'm just going to save it off because we might actually need this at some point. So we're going to go to Spyfall. Probably need some kind of new folder here. We can get rid of this. We don't need this. What kind of folder do I want to put this in? So this is like, it's kind of scripting, but I guess I'll put it in scripting. Okay. New text file. Roll import input test. Okay, there it is. Alright, I think it's time to get back into VR. I do believe. How's my battery bank holding up? Let's show it off. Oh, I did this completely wrong. No, he's right. I do talk a lot. So yeah, this thing's got a lot of juice in it. You can't really see it, but 94%. It's charging this headset at like 3.2 watts. So we're going to plug that back into the Quest, and we're going to get back into VR, and we're going to do some coding. All right. This part's going to be hard. So I might need some folks from the Resonite community. If there's anyone out there watching and listening, help me. Please help me. Tell Travis that he's amazing and he's smart. Smarter than me. All right, so Resonite's still doing something. Oh, it sure is. Look at that. All right, let's get back in. We're going to figure this out. All right. Let's take a break. Testing?
Hello there. Test succeeded.
Let's take a break.
Taking a break.
Ah, Travis, you're killing me right now. Come on, man. I just keep yapping, don't I? That's all right. That's all right. Back to the game.
To the game.
Oh, my stupid battery bank's in the wrong spot now. My whole body's in the wrong spot. Okay. Let's fix some of this stuff here as I disappear into the void. Alright, is that a cursor on my screen? Or is that a cursor on my screen? Oh, thanks, Trax. Yeah, we got some supporters of the yapping. I was yapping for sure. I mean, I know when I'm yapping. Yeah, it's interesting because I don't really... My live stream's pretty small. I don't really deal with haters at all. I heard this really good quote though recently from someone. He was actually like a really good coder in that. It's one of the most recent guests on the Lex Friedman podcast, and he basically was saying like he does listen to the haters. Like, haters have a point. I probably was yapping a lot, but I'm trying to go through the process of the things I do, and I get a little excited. All right, anyways, so we need to be able to parse through this text. So we're going to just bring this in as a variable. I think might be a fun way to do it. So we'll call this, let's make a new slot. Actually, we could probably just store it as a variable here. Yeah, this is Spyfall. Well, this is Resonite. Ah, what did I just do? I don't want that. Alright, so we're going to make a new... I'm hitting the wrong buttons. We're going to import that as a variable. I could just paste it in, but... Well, we're going to paste it in anyways, but... so we want data. We want... I don't think it can be a value field. Right? String. String. Okay. So we got our string. We're going to call this... Try to make everything a little bit bigger than normally so you guys can see it better. Oh, you can't name these. Okay, let's make a dynamic one then. So data, I'm still very new to Resonite. I'm still learning, but we're going to make a dynamic variable value of type string. And we're going to call it roll import. Oops. Okay. So the value that's going to be set there, we're going to grab from the desktop here. I'm not really sure how to switch views here. That's interesting. You guys don't see that, do you? Okay, you don't see that. I could probably change that so you see it. Camera streaming. I want you guys to be able to see what I see. Render preview for anyone. Render private UI. I think that's what I want. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's what I needed. Yeah, okay. So we got a little bit of inception going on here. Oopsie. All right, I don't know how to switch desktop views. Okay, here we go. We want desktop 1 maybe. No, we don't. Ah. No, we actually probably do, but. All right, so we go to that text file, which is in Resonite, Spyfall, scripts, this. I really don't like the keyboard in this. I don't even know how to pull it out, to be honest. All right, we can select all text. Shit. I think this is based off of Unity. I could be wrong. So we're going to copy all this text that the AI generated for all the locations and roles. Actually, it didn't do what I wanted. Shit. All right, let's go back. Let's take a break.
Taking a break.
We'll fix this in like literally 10 seconds. I'll snap that AI into order here. Another thing we can do, we can show off some cool other stuff on the channel. We're gonna make a new voice command. So the program that I use is called Voice Attack, which is opened here. It's kind of small, so maybe I should. It is kind of small, isn't it? All right, anyways, I'm gonna make a new command in Voice Attack, and I'm gonna put it in my section called Scene Control, and I probably have one called something like this. So I'm just going to duplicate this one because we probably want to use some of the code there. We're going to call it switch to desktop. So when I say switch to desktop, or when I say desktop view, this will trigger. Or when I say, actually I think I need to put that there. Switch to desktop view. It is going to say switching. This is just an audio command that I'll hear. Switch into, oops, desktop view. Yeah, I don't know if you guys hear that or not. That's okay. I hear it. So I have this cool like custom script thing that I set up in Voice Attack. It's like my own programming language essentially to a certain extent. But basically what I want to do is I want to change this to say scene_s desktop. I have a very specific naming convention for all my OBS scenes and sources. So this should work. We'll test it real quick. So I'll go to a different scene like this. Switch to desktop view.
Switching to
Ah, sweet, it works. Cool. Okay. Anyways. So I can say something like this. Back to the game.
To the game.
Switch to desktop view.
Switching to
Cool. All right. Back to ChatGPT. Where's my last one? No. Keep the letters incrementing for all locations. All right, let's see if that works. All right, I think that's what I wanted. Yeah, we're getting the double digits here. Okay, let's let it finish up here. This is just a really good way for me to easily be able to tell if things are working. Probably not needed, but this is actually what I wanted, so. Okay, cool. Let's copy that code. And we can close that. Bring this back over here. Open this back up. Control A, delete, Control V, Control S, and close. And let's get Resonite back up. I think we're good to go. Back to the game?
To the game.
That's what we wanted. Okay. Let's take a break. Let's take a break.
Taking a break.
All right, cool. All right, let's try to get this code working. See if we can figure it out. I don't know if this is going to work. Back to the game. Back to the game.
To the game.
My brightness in this headset's really low. So we're at 91% battery. Let's turn that up a little bit. Okay. So we saved this as roll import down here. So we need to go back to that now. Desktop. We gotta switch desktops to this one. Open. We will, oops. Select all. Copy. I think this might work. I don't know. Paste. Holy crap, look how tall that is. That looks good. Okay, so yeah. The UI for this is a little weird. You can see it kind of just... Yeah, I don't like that. Maybe I should put it in its own area. Let's do that. We'll make a child of this. And we'll call it variables. Let's call this roll import. And we're going to move that variable to there so it doesn't clog everything up. Oops. So I don't know how to duplicate this window. Open an inspector. I think that's what we wanted. Alright, so we should just be able to delete that one. Drag this over here. Move component. Alright, this way this one's more visible here and I can... This one's all jacked up, but whatever. Okay, so we have this imported now. So basically if you want to make a new Spyfall of your own, you could just update this roll import thing. Actually, technically it'd be location and roll import, but we're just worried about roles for now. So all right, so now we need to start coding. This is uncomfortable. Okay, so we need to figure out how to parse some data here. So basically what I want to do is I want to switch to my protoflux tool, which is basically used for coding. And let's first load in that string. So variables, dynamic, we're going to read it. It's a string type. So we're going to bring that sucker in. And we need to know where it exists. So it exists here. Oops. We'll turn on our snapping plane too. So everything is nice and neat. So it exists here, and the path is basically the name of the variable, which is roll import. So if we were to read it, we got it all there. Why does that not look right? Why does amusement park have a shit ton of rolls in it? Oh. Okay, it's bank. Amusement park's just big, so it looks like it's separated. Okay. So we need to find a way to separate this based on new line characters, I think. Oh, okay, I don't even know where to begin. So we're definitely going to work with string variables here. I would totally have hard-coded all these in by now, by the way. I could use voice commands, but we're future-proofing ourselves here. So what's in parsing? I don't even know what this does. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that does. Let's just see what it does. I don't think this is gonna... I think it's gonna give us some kind of numerical output or something. What does that do? It didn't do anything. Okay. Yeah, we don't want that. We need to look for new line characters with a loop. So there's something in here that we want. Uniscape string ends with... There's something in here that'll get me the new line character. I forget what it was. I looked this up earlier in ChatGPT, which surprisingly has a basic knowledge of Neos VR and Resonite VR. Characters is separator. I think that's what we want. Okay, so we need to find a way to connect that to characters. Damn. Yeah, there's probably a better way to do this. Well, we can get characters from a string. So let's just start testing here. So index of 0, by default that should be 0. It's getting letter A, which is A of airplane. So we could set a for loop to get character, or a while loop maybe, to get a character until it's a separator. So let's test it with the AIRPLANE. Let's test it with an E. So we'll see if we can at least find the end of the airplane. So we need to set up a for loop here. I need to sit for this actually, 100%. Coding and standing is not a good combination. Let's see how I look on this camera here. That's good enough. Okay. So thankfully in Resonite there is a seated mode. We could switch to it by opening the main menu, going to home, and going there. Okay. All right. All right, so we need some flow, which we'll get a for loop Is that what we want? No, let's do a while loop. Maybe. While. Alright, so we can get a character from that string. We want to keep doing that until we hit the E. Alright, so we gotta go back to strings and look for character. Definitely gonna need is separator, I think. I'm afraid to test it with that because it might break things. So, is there an is character? Contains characters. Char from string. What does this do? Char to string. Okay, that's not what we want. Is letter. Oh, look at this. Is separator. That's the one we got already. So maybe is letter. Alright, so we want to search for the E character in airplane. This is our index. Alright, I think this is going to work. So this will come up as true. Okay. Because we have that set to E. But we're going to pipe this into that. Why is it still true? Oh. So out of that string, we get the 0th input, which should be an A. So if it's an A, it's true. Alright, so we do want to separate this. Alright, that's fine. I can just delete this. We'll test the is separator next. I think that's what we want. Okay. So while we're going to trigger this with an impulse. We want to do this while it's false though. So how do we invert that? That's interesting. It's probably some kind of Boolean. Flow. Event. No. It's an operator. It's the hardest part about learning Neos, is just learning where everything is. Boolean. Not. Not bool. What's that? Alright, I think that worked. So if the char is E, then it's going to be set to not. Which means it's false. Which means that wouldn't trigger. Oh boy. I think I'm in over my head. Alright. What do we want to do? I am stumped right now. I just got to think for a second. Brain freeze. Okay, so we want to read that entire big ass string. And we want to search for the E, which is going to be the last letter in airplane. So we want to go through all these get characters. Yo, welcome back, welcome back. So we want this to be true until it hits the E. Okay, that's what we want. Okay, that's what we want. So it's going to get character. From here. It's going to compare these two. So we need to compare the A versus E. Alright, so we need to do some kind of character comparison. Which should just be in flow equals. Or operation equals. Yeah, operation equals. Operators equals. I think we need char. Is there a char in here? Alright, let's try this. Okay, this is what we want. So, just think. Once I call this, it's going to start reading that character one by one. So I need to select all these nodes and just move them over. Oops. And done. And move, maybe. Alright, it's going to start reading this. It's going to get character 1. And it needs to increment this to +1. Oh, my brain's dead right now. Alright, let's just test the simple 0th input here. Whoa, where did this go? Okay, so if the first character equals E... Shit, why is this stuck on me? That's weird, never seen that happen before. That's strange. It's like a bug. Undo, 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 undo. What the hell? Alright, let's just switch tools maybe. That's weird. This should not be snapped to me right now. I don't know why it's snapped. Oh no, everything's bugged out. Deselect all. Let's go back to the dev tool. And why is this still... I think that's just like a visual glitch. Alright, let's try this. Let's do session save. Maybe if we close this world and like reopen it or something, it'll go away. Bye-bye. Yo, what's up, 8dev? Welcome to the Virtual Steve Show. We're trying to code Spyfall VR, but we're having trouble parsing through lots of data. Alright, let's try reopening this and maybe that bug will be gone. Bothers me. Alright, I think we're good. Okay. Alright, so we need the dev tool here. Going to equip it. Oh, we need a set of snapping planes. Son of a gun. Okay. So we're going to get the first character. Oh, we need the iteration. That's what we need. Loop iteration. Here we go. Shouldn't this be an int? How did I do that before? Ah. Damn it. Alright, let's look at some of our old code and see what we're doing. So we're going to save this into role import flux. Oh, it's Travis. Good. We need a Travis here. Struggling right now to do anything. Alright, so let me just look at some of my old code. So this will be fun to show some of this off. So the start button here, I learned some pretty cool stuff. So when I press my start button, it does all this stuff, right? So I can press the start button. It's going to play sound, which let's see if that comes through on the stream. I don't know if it will. See if it comes through in the audio. Okay, it does. Okay. So basically it resets these numcheck variables, which I'm not using right now, so I can probably delete that code. Then it gets the location, which is the passenger train. Then it clears all the roles and location, which I'm not sure why it does that. Then it assigns the spy, which you can see it does correctly. So these are all other functions, just calling these functions to trigger. I separated this so that the code could be a little bit more manageable. Then it assigns the location, which is basically what's being driven there. And then it assigns the roles, which nothing's happening now, but that's okay. And then it starts the timer, which is the round timer there. So it's working, but basically each one of these calls you can see has a separate function for it. So for example, get location, which is here, we'll take a look at real quick. Let's pack this back into the start button press. So when it calls get location, it's doing this, which it is randomly selecting a number between 1 and 31, which for some reason, I don't know how this, maybe it's 0 indexed. I don't know how it works, but it does select the first location. I tested this. So yeah, making a game. We're trying to make a game. So yeah, it randomly selects location out of the 30 given locations. And I wonder what happens if I call it from here. Does it do anything? No, because it won't assign it yet. So this is just the display for it to show that it's working. So theater, hotel, day spa, casino, zoo. It's randomly selecting locations, and then later on it gets assigned, which I split up into a separate call. So this is get location. I'm just trying to think of how did I do a loop? There's no loop here. Man, this is okay. So that was get location. Let's pack it back in. Actually, let's double. This is based off of Spyfall. Here it is. It's a card game where someone is the spy and the other 2 people, or up to 7 people, aren't the spy, and they got to ask each other questions without giving the location away. But eventually they'll ask the spy a question, and maybe he won't have any idea what's going on. And once they identify the spy, they call him out and win, basically. Yeah, so it's tricky. All right, let's pack that back in there. I was looking for something in particular. All right, let's go back to the flux for this. Maybe I can figure it out. Man, I should have just hard-coded this, right? Okay, so let's just test something, actually. Let's, so after airplane, which is AIRPLANE, that's 7 characters. So the 7th character should be an E. There it is. So I'm curious, what is character number 8 then? It is that. So let's check to see if that's a separator. So if this shows up as true, it's not true. Shit. Can I try to make a game like GTA in VR? Yeah, that's a lot of work. GTA is a multi-billion-dollar organization, Rockstar. They make the most finest games you could ever imagine, and that wouldn't be possible unless I had about 1 million years as a single person. Yeah, the GTA team is huge. One of the GTAs will come to VR in the future. The mod for GTA 5, what's the last one? 5. GTA 5 is pretty good. You can play it in VR. You got a decent rig. They got some pretty cool stuff for it. So the is separator thing didn't work. So if we move to input 9, it'll probably just say R. Input 9. All right, what's input 10? 10 is R. So both 9 and 11 were blank. All right, well, get character. Yeah, I don't know how to get the new line characters out of here. So if we go into strings and we do, first of all, index of string is probably what we're going to want. Start index. Nah. Yeah, I'm very confused right now. I'm very confused, so don't worry. So maybe it's not a character. It's not a separator. Is white space? Maybe it's white space. Let's try this. So let's change this to an 8. Yeah, I've been coding on and off for the last 10 years or so. So character 7 is the last character in airplane, which is an E, which is not a separator. It's not white space. But what about the character after that? Ah, it's white space. So it's 9. For some... Oh. Wait a minute. Let's go back to 7. Okay. So the last letter in airplane's E, which is not white space or a separator. Let's just get rid of the separator thing. That's not working. All right, so hopefully if we go to 8, we get the true. Now hopefully if we get to the 9, what is the 9? The 9's also true. There's 2 white spaces in there. Maybe a new line counts as 2 white spaces? So if we go to 10, it's going to get an R, and white space is going to be false. All right, so we could probably work with that. All right, I think we can work with that. So somehow we need to loop through the get characters. This is a lot of work. All right, just get some of this stuff out of here. So basically we need to loop through the get characters until we hit a white space. Then everything before that is going to be the location. Then we need to increment that twice, and that will be the first roll of that location. Then we need to do that 7 more times to get all the rolls of that location. Then we need to repeat that process 30 times to get all the locations rolls. So my brain is just numb right now, to be honest. We could do some 3D modeling and step away from this, but this is kind of the big thing I need to do. I really don't want to have to hard code all these 210 rolls. Although we could do that too. Okay. So how do we loop through this is the question. We need to increment that index somehow with some kind of flow. So I thought a while loop would do it. While. But I don't see any indexing here. Alright, so we'll make a new variable in here. What kind of game are you making? Nice, nice. Yeah, this is probably not the most exciting thing to hear, but alright, so we're going to make a dynamic variable called int, which is going to be called char num. Okay, that might work. So we need to read the char num. I thought there's a better way to do this. I think there's, what is it, variables, dynamic. How do I increment on operators? One of my code does this already. Let's just take a look. Oops. So we're gonna pack this back in here just to get this out of the way for now. We do this somewhere. Where do we do this? Assign location. Do we do it there? Unpack. A for loop. That needs a count. The for loop needs a count, but it outputs an iteration. Alright, maybe we can ask ChatGPT. Alright, let's try this. Desktop view?
Switching to desk.
Oh, look at, I'm way over here. Alright, let's try this. Charlie San. Oh, are you a Resonite person? If you are, I do need assistance, yes. You can join my world and help me code. I need assistance. I'm gonna refer myself to ChatGPT here for a second. We'll see if this works. Test this. This might work. In Resonite VR, or Neos VR, is there a while loop that will output the iteration number as an integer? Set int node. Oh, get out of here. So it's saying create a while loop containing a Boolean node to loop node, allowing the loop to run as long as the Boolean condition is true. Okay, that's fine. Create an integer node starting at 0, then add 1 to the integer in each iteration using a set int node. A similar operation. Ah, didn't help me. Yo, what's up, KJs? Hello, hello. Welcome to the Virtual Steve Show. Yeah. It's unfortunate that Resonite doesn't support arrays or lists, or else this wouldn't be a problem. Alright, so we definitely need... We could get the... we could use a for loop and just get the length of the string. Let's do that. I think I figured it out, guys. So this, what is this? I don't even know what this function is. Oh boy. What is this? I've never played Gorilla Tag. I wanted to check it out. Alright, I think this is the assign location role. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's probably right. Okay, pack it in there. So yeah, if I click this, it should go away. Alright, so let's pack it back in there. Let's delete this. So I need a for loop. Alright, I know what I'm doing now, guys. I think I got this started. Yeah, I've never played Gorilla Tag. I'm interested in the movement mechanics, though. It seems pretty cool. Alright, so we need to get the length of this string. That's what we're going to do. So string something, get length, something like that. Contains empty ends index. Where is this? Characters. Something with length. Constants. Another thing we can do over here is we can search. Let's type in len. See what we get. String len. String length. Okay. So this is like a node search tool over here that helps you find things. So strings, there should be a string length. I didn't see that. Okay, there it is. It should be an int. So this is going to search the entire string. All right. That's cool. So. Oh, why is it not? Oh. String length. Okay, here it is. Okay. This is what we want to start. Oh, thanks. Back to the game. Good call out. Thanks. Yeah, I usually have reminders set up for that, but I have that new desktop view that doesn't have a reminder built in yet. Okay, anyways, so if we hit this, in theory, these numbers should be the same. It should give us the string length, which should be the number of iterations, maybe plus or minus 1. Let's pull these out or something. Don't know why that's a 0. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Okay. All right. So what we want to do. Man, this is so complicated. So over 2008 characters, we want to perform this action, which will step into it until we find a white space character. Okay, and we just want to see what position that's at. So we know that at position 9 and position 8, we get a true. So if we do this and we... Oh, I just got a message. Charlie Sands sent a contact request. Accept request. Invite here. Here we go. Oh, my first ever Resonite helper. This could be really good. Let's take a break.
Taking a break.
Alright, this is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, guys. I thought I could come up with this on the fly, but apparently I'm lacking in skill, so maybe Charlie will be able to give us some better insight here. I think I'm on the right track. If I just hard-coded this, I'd be done by now. I'm missing a belt tonight, by the way. That's why I'm... Oh no, Resonite just crashed. Back to the game. Shit. There it goes. Hey, Charlie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you a Resonite programmer?
I do a lot of Resonite stuff, yeah.
Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so... I don't know if you've been following along. Have you been following along a little bit?
Not really. I only recently joined the stream, so...
Alright, let me... How can I import a text file in a way that you can see it pretty easily?
Either copy the contents and then just go to your home and then hit the paste contents from clipboard, or if it's a TXT, just drag and drop it onto the window.
There you go. Can you see this or no?
Yes.
Okay. So basically how Spyfall works is there's going to be 30 locations. So if we scroll down, you know, they'll be separated at some point.
Right.
But what's nice about this is every location has 7 roles, right? So instead of you seeing role A, B, C, D, all that, you're going to see like pilot, you know, stewardess, and so on and so forth. But I'm trying to find a way that I can easily take this code and I can extract all of these roles. And can you see my UI window here?
Yes.
So the extracting is the hard part. I know how to do the rest. Basically, I'm going to have these roles and location variables. You can see I have all the different named locations here.
All right.
So in airplane, I got airplane 1 through 7. So those will just get assigned here. And so randomly at the start of the game, if the location is airplane, the players will get assigned random roles, except for the spy, of course, of those locations. So basically, I'm just trying to find a way, and I've talked with people on the Discord and that, and there's no way to work with arrays or list. So I just got to come up with a way to import that text, which you can see is here, that big old array. We got it running in through here, string import, and I think this might be the way to do it. So I want to search over the entire string length, maybe.
So the best bet in what you're going to want to do is, let me go grab a snapping protoflex tool.
Yep. I got one over here if you need this guy here.
Oh, that makes sense.
Let me just duplicate it so I always put it back.
Yeah. There we go. So, what we can do is, wow, that is way too big for my hands. Go back.
Oh, what's up with this display you got there? Is that like a performance display or something?
We got FPS. We have whatever that is. I'm not too sure. I got to re-look into that. My queued packets, just in case Resonite ever decides to go down. The amount of time I've been playing. There's no way I've been playing this for 25 minutes already. the amount of people in a world plus how many friends or something. I think it's.
Oh, nice.
It's okay. Yes. So what we can normally do is we can. So you want to iterate over and kind of just do a split.
Yeah, so I mean, I can always reformat that. Where'd my text go? Let me paste it back in.
I'm glad I know this by heart because of the amount of times I've had to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I can
So
format this any way we want. You know,
Mm.
again,
If
I
you
could have
could
hard coded
add
this, but
commas
I'm.
to it,
What's up?
if you could add commas to each one of the each part of the ends up to so it's like commas on all of the ends of this, I can do a bit of a less hackier way of getting each one of them.
Even after the location name, add commas.
Yeah, it's more of like a comma separated value array. So
Okay,
each part that's supposed to be a new line is actually supposed to be a comma or any sort of delimiter that isn't A through Z.
All right, let me just do that then. So, yeah, I noticed this white space character. For some reason, the new line gets counted as 2 spaces or something. You would expect it to be 1.
Due to the way that Windows works, we have 2 characters, character return line feed. I think
Here.
it is that. I'm not too sure.
1 second. I'm just gonna send a quick message to ChatGPT, and we'll get that fixed real quick. So I am going
I wouldn't
to
recommend using ChatGPT for anything like Resonite related until it physically gets its
Yeah. No, this is just
information up to
this is
date.
just to add the commas. I can do that real quick. Watch this.
Oh yeah, no, that's I'd be definitely do that because yikes, it'd be pain doing it in my hand.
Get rid of all new line characters and replace with commas, please. Oh no. 1 second. Desktop view.
Switching to desktop view.
Get rid of all new line characters and replace them with commas. Oh shit, it's not picking up my voice audio that well. Nope. Get rid of all new line characters and replace them with commas, please. Oh, it's like entering things or something. Alright, I think I got what we wanted. Back to the game.
Yeah.
Alright, let's take a look at this. Let me paste this guy in. Yeah, thanks for the help, by the way.
No worries. Alright, so
how does this look?
Oh yeah, that's way better.
I don't know if there's new lines in there or not. It's kind of hard to tell on this, but actually there's no new line after roll G. There should be a new line after roll G up here, right?
Roll G, because it goes.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would be G.
7. Because if we had new lines, like it seems to be, because if we didn't have new lines, it would genuinely just be like
a line.
Long stream of text. I mean, that shouldn't be too hard to fix. It's just like adding a couple commas here.
Yeah. Let me see what's going on here. Desktop view.
Switching to desktop.
Oh, it's in the wrong window. There we go. Just be quiet for 1 second. Sorry. I think for some reason it's picking up the microphone. 1 second. Sorry. I'll 5 seconds and we should be good. Delete all new line characters. There should be oh God, why is it doing that? Oh, you know what? I think. Yeah, the microphone in virtual desktop's just being weird. I just gotta type it in. Usually works pretty good. Let's take a break. Let's take a break. All right, I'm gonna get the clean text real quick. We'll be able to work. Oh, Resonite's like taking over the control of my mouse cursor. It's always fun. Modify. Ah, we got a single line. Look at that. Let's just let it finish. All right, I think we're good. Back to the game. Oh, this game is so much fun to play too. I can't wait to play it. All right.
Yeah, no, I was like, whoa. Yeah, that happens. I'm not gonna. That'll be bad if I.
Okay, let me paste this sucker in and we'll take a look at it. Should be good now.
Alright, we have a basic example here, or we can use an entire one made by a community member.
Hey, let me ask you a question. I hate how
yeah,
things
sure.
are always oriented. Like, is there a way to zero the horizontal orientation of things?
Like that?
Yeah, let me try to find an example. So, like, if I twist it like this, I want to bring it back horizontal.
Oh, yeah. Grab it and hold your trigger. Grab it and then just pull your trigger. And then it kind of just allows you to also do that too if you double tap it. In that orientation, if it's more than 45, or I think it's 50, I'm not too sure, it will snap into a certain direction.
Okay.
And then
So,
it
yeah, the
kinda
trigger's
just-
doing that. Okay.
Yeah,
Alright, that's better.
it's
Yeah, I didn't know
a lot
that.
of fun. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I noticed that with the Protoflux snapping tool, you can kind of like twist your wrist by like 45 increments and it'll change the snapping plane.
I swear I selected Protoflux. Ah. Right. We'll source that. That over there.
Yeah, I used to use that other Protoflux tool, but I was having some issues with it. The one where you get the gems. Have you ever used that one when you double tap the secondary and you get the gems that pop up?
The gems. Oh, Zeraris?
Yeah, I can spawn it real
Oh,
quick
that's
just so you can see it.
Yeah, that's a rep source. What the hell? Oh, no, but I hit source. What?
Yeah, this one here. I stopped using it though because it was giving me some.
Oh, that one.
It gave me a couple issues, so I just stopped using it. I don't know what was causing the issues, but I think this one that's in the folder seems maybe a little bit more stable. So.
Whoa. That is just yeah. As opposed to yeah, this one.
Yeah, I don't know if it's as stable as the one that we're using now or not. I don't know.
And you just like grab them all. I know you select them.
Yeah, it's a little bit faster to go between Flux and Dev, which is nice.
I might be doing this for a bit and use this instead.
You like
Even
that?
though it's really,
Yeah.
oh yeah, because I can actually like do that now,
Yeah.
which means I can switch between. I should. I'm like, why am I getting a reference source? I was trying to source the font instead of the actual text fields. So now, oh yeah, I forgot. I need to feed it into there. There we go. And now all we have to do is yoink that. That is a Boolean thing. I'm not too sure how I got that.
Before you write anything, what are you writing to, just so I know?
So Within this example, what we're doing is we have a store. This stores our information for the entire split loop. If I pull this and we have a look over there, what we're doing is we're doing an index of string, which essentially says from a point in the string to a part. Okay, so say we have and then X. So we have this string.
Yep.
We want to split at a comma delimiter. We'll use an index of string to find where it is specifically in the character array.
Gotcha,
don't know why. We say, oh, we don't have arrays, but they think it's a character array. And so what we do is we use that to essentially find it. We will then use a substring, which takes in the length of okay, so you have a string 15 characters in total. I'm going to use the substring to kind of grab only 8 of those, so that I'll just make that over here, so that when I do this, I'm just going to move that down, so that when we want to get, for example, so we have a string, this is, and we pull that out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or like,
sure,
so on and so forth. We're essentially grabbing within inside of a part of a string.
Yeah,
we can use.
I get that.
And then from here, we're just doing it twice, so we can get a value we can use, and then a value we chuck back into the loop. Sometimes, however, the value here doesn't get chucked back into the loop because there's not really a second comma or delimiter that we split on.
Yeah.
And so normally what I'll just do is I'll just chuck in a join, and then that'll add on to it. And then if the top one is null, then we just stop the loop, and then it's the bottom one.
So it'll end at the end of this line of text here once there's no more commas to be found.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. So yeah, I already thought about how I wanted to write these.
Obviously, this is a very sort of primitive-ish example. There's a lot more nuance to it these days. I know people have done entire nodes to do this. So
this is like a way of getting arrays to work inside of Resonite.
Yeah, roughly, pretty much. We technically do have arrays. However, you need a thing called monkey loader, which is in of itself a full-on featured mod loader, but it also kind of exposes certain things in the game to the end user, like being able to have arrays, I think. I'm not too sure. Last time I checked, they had the ability to do that. So,
gotcha.
You want to check if the string is empty on that. If it's not, because it'll always be false, which we want it to be true because we're using a while. Now, worst part about a while is that sometimes it'll crash you, sometimes it won't. In this example,
I've run into that.
If we just shove a delay, then we can. I've had so many times where a while loop has crashed me, even if it was set up correctly.
Yeah,
at
me
this
too.
point, I've just kind of
So the delay will prevent it from crashing? A while loop?
Yes, because the one main reason why certain things crash is either because there's so many pulses going on at once that if the game were to just end it, it would kill you. Async nodes in this context are, well, any context, because contexts technically matter with asynchronous calls. They will, if there's a great example of this where you have a box and you have an asynchronous loop. Essentially, you're using a trigger to essentially trigger your own protoflux, where a receiver will pick that up and then go through the loop and then send it again. And then after 200-something calls, Windows, or at least the Windows version of Resonite, will just completely crash because it'll get to 230 or 50-something and then it'll just stop. and then your game dies instantly, like no warning.
Oh,
no
it's happened to
nothing.
me a bunch already. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's got to do like a whole. Oh, I got to go now look at the tree of calls and context that I've made within that like second or two. I think it's 2 seconds. I'm not too sure.
So even a small delay is going to prevent that from happening.
Roughly, it's not too certain that it will, but it will do something to mitigate the. If it didn't, let me do that. It should mitigate the issue in the general sense.
Yeah, I was worried about that, so I like had autosave set, but then I was like, maybe I should disable this before I run a while loop because, God forbid,
Yeah, you
somehow
don't
it
want it
saved
auto-saving.
while the while loop ran. Like I don't know what happened. Like would my world be like broken forever or?
That's a good question. I'm not too sure.
I guess it would need a pulse, so maybe when you reloaded it, the pulse wouldn't be initiated yet, so maybe it would be okay.
Yeah, it would hopefully be all right. I'm not so sure about that. As we're doing that, I want to make sure that I'm getting everything correct before I actually run this because I don't want to.
No, take your time.
The most I'm going to be doing is crashing myself.
That's true. Another thing, while you're here, this is kind of a side note. I don't want to distract you. I'll let you finish. But
I mean,
go ahead, finish.
want to tell me it's all right.
So these over here, the way that I have the variable set up, you can see when you grab these, they disappear. So there might be a setting
Okay.
I could probably enable maybe to fix that. I don't know. It's a minor annoyance, but for now it's fine. Data model object field storage.
We'll feed this with information.
Can you see these, by the way? Can you see what this says right now over here? What does this say on this plane?
It says player 3 passenger train.
Okay. See, I've never been with another player in this world yet. For all I know, these were only like visible to me or something, you know? I don't know.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
It looks like it works, okay.
Hey, I'm not crashing. There you go.
Alright, so did you write some stuff somewhere? Oh, it's okay. It's
It is
going.
currently looping through all of the stuff. You can see how it's popping some things off this. Let me just put the inspector behind it.
Yeah, this looks good. There's 210 rolls, so it's going to take a little while.
We can switch this out for a float float variant of the delay. So delay.
Oh, what's that little thing you got there? That's a searcher? I need that.
It's called cherry pick. There's 2 different versions.
I've been
We
using this
have
guy over
one-
here, which is a little... it's
that's a
helpful,
good
but...
one too. Have you ever known that you can kind of just, with this, find a specific point, and double click?
Can you spawn
I
them from
swear
there
last
yet?
time I touched that, it worked.
I might have an older version.
You should have been able to, because last time I tried this, I can just double click it and it shows up.
It's still helpful for me to
This
find
is,
things. Cherry picker?
Oh yeah, 100%. So we got cherry picker, and we also have component searcher, which is the one's Resonite mod loader, and then another one's monkey loader. Though not as like an endorsement or anything, best part about monkey loader is it loads both variants of the mods, RML and monkey loader, so that either way you're kind of getting. I mean, they're made by pretty much both the same team. So
Is this a
I'm not
mod
too
then?
sure.
This
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be able to
main
just save this
problem
off. It
is-
wouldn't work.
Yeah. One problem about this, however, is since one of the staff members, not staff members, one of the team members, Cyro, I think, was the one who put this together. He still hasn't done some setup to which people can actually use this. Because if you try typing in this, it won't work, which is the unfortunate side. However, I got to update to component search, and it should just do that for me.
Nice.
But if we kill this real quick, because I don't want a call trying to kill me immediately after stopping it. It's happened more times. And instead we set this to be a float 0.3. I should be fine if I crash.
Yep. Well, if you crash, just set it to 0.5 next time, you know? Hey, do you want to save this, or would you have to rewrite all this if you crashed, or this would just be saved here if you crashed?
Oh, this would just sit here.
Okay.
Stuff that if I deselect, if I put this back and I crash, like connect the not wire. That's a good thing I should probably do first. If I put this down, all of this is just going to stay here, and I do this, and
Okay.
there we go. That's a lot faster.
Yeah, that'll go through pretty quick. 210 iterations. So at some point, we just got to tell this thing that like every 8th index or something like that is the role or the location name. Because right now it's just reading these one by one.
What you can do is you can. That's actually a good question. How do we do that?
Because what I'm going to do, is I kind of already looked this up. I think I'm going to use this location over here, this roles location. And I think there is a feature called get child by name, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So once we parse the location name, which we know is in a set location, so for instance, airplane will be 1, we're going to do get child by name, and then we're going to write variables indexing 1 through 7, which will be these values here. So airplane number 1 will be set to the first role, so on and so forth, and then they'll just keep going through each of these as it goes. So I think that's how I'm going to do it, but looks like the setup here will work for what I need. I just got to set up a couple of for loops probably or something.
Oh, there we go. I'm suspecting it's still pulsing because that says it's still empty. Yeah, so we'd be wanting to do the top one instead, because the bottom one would be filled with information. So if we do 0.2, hopefully...
You won't crash?
Not too fast, not too slow. The only time at which it would crash is if it was going like super fast, then you'd have a bit of a delay or a bit of lag. The frame drop stuff.
So no matter what, this is going to take me a little bit of time to run when I run it. It's not going to be an instantaneous. Or we could just keep reducing this float until we don't crash, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like in theory, 0.01 might work, right? For that float input?
0.01 would work. We could go up to 3 I'm recommending that we go 3 digits plus the number that you want. Actually, no, 2 digits plus the number one you want. So it'd be 3 digits on either side of the floating point.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it's fine if it only takes a minute. I mean, it's not a big deal. In theory, I only ever have to do this once, but I wanted to future-proof this game if I ever want to add new locations, new roles.
Yeah.
Because I could have hard-coded all this, and I probably would have been done by now. I've been live streaming for like 2 hours now, but I didn't want to.
Damn. Wow.
I'm not a fan of hard-coding 210 roles. It's not fun.
Range loop in seconds timer updates.
I'm all about automation. Yeah, that's what they need. They need a Resonite AI trained model in game.
Yeah, that would be good because then I can.
It's so complicated. Resonite, like learning where everything's located, and I've been about a month steady now of on and off of. Now I can kind of work my way through, okay, I need to go to flow for this, I need to go to operators for that, variables or data for this, but it takes a little bit of time to figure out where things are at. And this thing helps here for sure, and so does this guy over here if you're trying to.
100%. Best part about Resonite and being in it is that if you're a person who likes doing a lot of collecting, like me, then somewhere in here I should have the funny. You'll run into people who have custom node browsers.
Oh.
And then these little things over here,
Oh,
they
yeah.
kind of just
Shortcuts for like plus,
have
minus.
all of your. Yeah, most of them are set up for float because I don't know why. Probably just the most easiest thing to get. But say for instance, fun part about Resonite, I'm probably sure that you've run into this before, right? Grab a string input. Uh-oh, we have mismatched types. That's a float, but we're trying to shove in a string.
Yeah. It gives you that warning.
Now it supports a string.
Oh.
Because that is, instead of a value right float, it takes in, it is a Fruits engine context one. You'll get ones where it's, where this one just says string and then this one says Fruits engine context string, but they're practically the same type.
Okay.
Or at least that's what I think.
Yeah, that's one of the annoyances of having to go to the, what is it, object, and you got to type in string manually to get the string one.
Yeah.
It's the only one I use that I have to manually type in, at least for this game.
I'm gonna do a funny. I'm gonna grab this and move it over here so we have a little bit more space.
Yeah, I love these little coding challenges to try to figure out this.
I'm just checking. All we have to do is.
What's on the end of your tail, by the way? Is that a fish?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Like how it wiggles and waggles.
I can. I should probably be on the wrong one. If that is. Yeah. I can have a big one, and I just switch it off.
Oh, the fluffy, big old fluffy tail.
Yeah, I can kind of just like say no, and then just take it away.
Yeah, this game's nuts. So did you come from Neos then? You were playing Neos before Resonite came out?
A bit. I then kind of just took a break and then got back into it after. I think I was like, oh wait, no, hold on, what's going on with Neos? And then I see Resonite's launching, and then I'm like, okay, I'll come join Resonite. So I've practically been playing since like October the 6th or the 7th. I'm not too sure. Like, which is the day when Resonite released. So I've I wish I could migrate my account, but I accidentally created with the wrong username.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me. I started coding this game like a year ago, and then I had some insider knowledge. They were like, "Oh, you know, maybe hold off on coding that game because I think it was up in the air about Neos." So I kind of held off on this project for a while, and then everything settled, and then I came back, and I was like, "Oh, let me get back in." And I love the UI. The UI is a lot better in this. That's the one thing I've noticed so far. It's a lot cleaner.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Though you can still create the original UI if you go into a dev tool, open create new, go to object, legacy UI, and you can get like the panel.
Oh, that thing's horrible looking.
It's all weird. I know of builds of Resonite which have the original like Neos look because they've changed the way the shaders work in game from then to now.
Yeah.
And so having Resonite look like Neos is super cursed. And I'll kind of see if I can get my hand on photos. And...
Yeah, I was never a fan of this whole, like the bezel things here. Like, those didn't even do anything, did they? They're just there, right?
Oh, that's the so essentially certain things would use this as a button. That's the name of the canvas, and then you can kind of chuck other stuff onto it too. You've got things like a radio button, which, to be fair, that you're supposed to put that in line with a bunch of other things, and then And then you have things like a checkbox, which, okay, at this point, that just looks cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
But, yeah, it's, essentially, a lot of, funny things that kind of got switched around. And some other stuff, too, which is a bit of a pain, but where was this? I swear I saw a node that gave me a count. I'll just... Oh, crap.
Yeah, thanks for your help. This is coming along quite well. This is probably the most tricky part of the program that I've made so far.
Wait a minute, why can't I just...
Is that a New Zealand or an Australian accent I detect? I can never... I'm bad with accents.
Australian.
Okay.
No, it's alright.
What time is it there? It's probably, what is it, early in the morning there?
It's 1:45 p.m.
Oh,
1:45 p.m., what the hell?
Yeah, it's 11:45 here. Wow, 12-hour difference. Look at that. Perfect.
So we're essentially going to be looking for that if the string contains... I'm going to do a bit of a hacky workaround. If the string contains the sort of thing that we're looking for, so we're taking...
What are we looking for?
If we're looking for anything that starts with roll, and then if it doesn't, then we're going to...
But let me pause you for a second. These aren't going to have roll on it.
Oh?
Unless you're writing. Are you writing right now? What are you doing?
I'm just kind of giving a bit of a basic thing and what we can do. Okay, so what's the final sort of format?
Uh-oh.
So it's just...
Oh, let me ask you this question. I just
or-
dragged and dropped something in this UI and it went into another subfolder. What I've noticed about
just
Resonite, how do you undo? Will it undo that? Okay. Good. Okay.
Yeah, and it just moves it. You can also redo, which is cool. So if I move that there, I can just...
Gotcha. Yeah. I didn't know if it worked with the UI too. Okay, so let me...
You can also... there's a bunch of hotkeys on desktop mode as well, which you can kind of like hold something, press Control-D to duplicate, Control-S to save, and then you can do Z and Y. I don't know why it's Z and not X. Like,
yeah,
get
that's weird.
But X would be cut.
Yeah, I had this running on my
see
Steam
what-
Deck. It actually ran okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, especially for in a world like this.
Resonite
It's,
is... Oh yeah, 100%. Resonite's good for Steam Deck, but sometimes it isn't.
see, let me explain the roll thing real quick. So where did that string go that we had? Where's that? We have that still somewhere? Big long string.
Where?
I could paste it back in.
I'll just... Oh yeah, no, it's gone.
All right, here, let me paste it in. Okay.
No.
So, for example, how do I do the trigger thing again? Okay, there we go. So airplane is going to be the first location. Roll A is not actually going to be roll A. It's going to be like pilot. And then roll B is going to be like passenger. Roll C is going to be like stewardess. So basically, we want to find the, starting at the 0th place, that's going to tell us what the location is. And then at the 1 through 7th place is going to be the rolls for location 1. And then so on and so forth. So basically, we need to, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So every 8 increments is going to get us into a new location where the first entry after the 8th is going to be the actual location name. and the roles. I just did this alphabetically because I wanted to show that it wasn't. I used some code in my other code where it's like airplane roll 1, roll 2, roll 2, roll 3. I didn't want that to duplicate, so I just wanted to show that it was working properly.
I just wait 30 years for it to be able to sec me back to the start. Oh, there we go. So if we do a funny, and then I can go iterate through all of these, and we'll just add another bar character to each one of these things.
To the roles?
Now
or to the location?
Yeah, so essentially, yeah, now we're marking the roles with a delimiter I can use, and we just essentially detect if we run into that, and then we can do a bunch of actions based on that. We can split them up between 2 different pulses. One that gets fired on true, and then another one that gets fired through the loop. There's casino.
Is that called a bar character?
And then, a bar, or if the Linux nerds get into your chat, they'll call it the pipe. To be fair, I just call it a computer stick.
All right, I can
the amount
get.
of times I've had to use it.
Let me just get this new string then. Hold on. ChatGPT will sort us out. Add a. Do we need the comma still too then?
We can keep the comma for iterations, which is good, because that will be the main loop, and then we'll just shove. Where is it? Oh, I passed the A star.
Add a bar character after each location name. Let's see if that works. All right, it did it. It got rid of the commas though. Do you want me to tell it to add a comma after the bar character as well?
Sure. If we can keep the commas where they are, that would be neat.
Add a comma after each bar character. All right, we're good now. Okay. Let me bring that back in. Yep. That's where AI right now can handle stuff like that. Quite easily.
Yeah, you know what? I might actually go train a model later. I got some extra processing power to use.
What are you going to train it on?
A lot of Resonite data. We've got the wiki, and then a couple of other stuff, and then I might just
How's that look?
source it and shove into the thing. Yeah, there we go. Now, all right, since we have the commas, all we have to do is just do, casual string split thing. And then when we run into, say, bank with the pipe symbol, we can then say, oh, hey, I want to fire, and then I want to use that impulse to essentially do something somewhere along down the chain.
Gotcha. And we're going to have to make sure, because I'm still going to use these names. So airplane, pipe. But we're going to want to make sure the pipe gets eliminated because I still needed to call it to this child slot
100%.
name.
We'll,
So.
Hopefully split it to at the place at which it should be.
Gotcha. Man, this would have... I would have not been able to figure this out on my own. I just sat down tonight at the stream. I was like, oh, I can do this in like an hour. I'll be good on my own. I would have been here.
And then you realize it. And then you realize that 3 hours have passed. You barely even achieved something. I mean, it's all good and well for wanting to do things on your own, but sometimes you can't, and so getting more help in is really nice.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Theoretically, if we do this, D, E, F. Oh, because no, we're running into something. Oh, I'm an idiot. Aha! I know what to do. Is I gonna just? Oh, okay. One of those.
Is your character just really tall, or am I like still seated or something?
I think I'm like really tall. I'm not too sure why.
It's alright.
Oh, let's check.
Giant.
Alright. Yeah, no, I'm just like really tall for some stupid reason.
It's alright. I didn't know if it was a me issue or a you issue, or it's all good.
I should not be tall. I should probably just be like standard height, but I guess I'm 1.1.
What I notice is your height has a lot to do with how you pack and organize your flux code. Like you want things to be basically like hip to head level when you're going from left to right.
Because I normally have my hands down here when I do programming, so kind of bending my wrist like that is not really an option. So I'll raise my arm just a tad bit. Little handy node, string contains. So if the string, it's pretty much an equals over the entire thing. So if the string, of course, the way that I'm implementing this is a bit of a crude way. It's more so left up for a bit of refinement over time. So if we feed that substring into there, we'll make this look a bit better.
So the string contains is working with the substring?
Yes, if it
Gotcha,
whenever
yeah,
this
yeah.
runs into the type character, we can do that, and now fire on true goes into there.
So that's
you'll
going to get our
want
locations.
You want to fire on the host user because, well, that would be you.
Yeah.
Because the one main reason that people do this is I think it's just because if it's like a world thing, then not every user has to completely sit there and crumble into pieces, because most of the time the host user would have like a decent computer. I mean, they're playing Resonite. Now, every time we run into the character, it's pretty much doing that 8 check for us, and then we get left with that. But then we can just kind of we can kind of just do this. So now that has that at the end.
So just got rid of the comma.
So now if we go through the loop again, hopefully by the time we reach the end,
Yeah, where does this thing even end? Let me see. Ends at HB. Wow, okay.
Okay, there's a...
Did it run through it, the whole thing?
There's a first issue. You see that?
Roll HB.
Which is unfortunately. And then it's just hundreds of things.
Commas?
Yeah, hundreds of commas. It should not be doing that.
Yeah, it doesn't show that in this field over here, where we're displaying the... Sometimes you get those weird hidden characters that get imported from stuff.
Oh no, that's because I was consistently adding along the string. So every time it would do a loop, it would add one onto the end of the string, which was a bit of a...
Ah, I see, gotcha.
Not so good thing.
Well, thankfully we know the number of locations and roles, so it should be 240 items that we're extracting. So that's 210 roles plus the 30 locations.
Alright, we put that there, and then... makes sense. Now if we call this...
I'm just waiting for you to vaporize into dust.
Is that just doing that really fast, or am I actually a bit confused right now? Because
something's not right. Wasn't that fast before? Whoa, just flashed something up over here.
466, 467,
Yeah.
String empty. I'm certain that I didn't... Oh, it's... Oh, I see what's going on. I forgot. I deleted that. There we go. Now it's doing an iteration over all of this. The best part about this node is it's called a value object or value conditional, where on true it'll do a top value, on false it's the bottom one. So you can kind of just like on true I want this string, or on false I want that one. So now we're iterating over this, and then we can just do one last substring to kind of nick the last pipe character off the thing, so that every
Nice.
time it fires over here. And so then hopefully by the end of the string, HB should show up there too. So we have the string contents, and then we have the thing that we're actually looking for at the end of the string too, to kind of just bring that back in and to the whole loop.
We're almost at G. Here we go. H coming up. And there it is.
There we go. There's HB.
Look at that. It worked. Okay. Some fancy coding.
Now we kind of now we can use this string for what we really need to do in here. Oh, I hate loading the contact screen. Worst thing. Like, oh, you get a message from a friend, you go load the contact screen, and then it's immediately like no frames per second.
Yep. Yeah, you notice that with one of the variables. It's the when you load up the string variable one, when you go to do like a write or something, it's like
Oh yeah,
it's like a 1 second little frame drop. Yeah, I had to switch my home world from the base home world. I love the base home world. It's really cool, but I load straight into this now because that's mainly what I'm doing is developing this. So
makes sense. The default Resonite homeworld's assets are primarily made out of things called from a pack called the Dawn modular set. The one main problem with that, though, is they've done like a couple of iterations of it where they've gradually gained more and more performance, but it's still not great because it's Resonite.
That's the last thing I'll have to do with this game is make some kind of environment for it. I wanted to design it in a way that I could load this into anyone's world. I don't know if that's... Pretty sure that's possible. Or I could just like, here's Spyfall, and then I just pop it out, and then it just works. Because it's all it's going to be is these basic UI elements where it's, you know, it shouldn't be that heavy.
If you don't rely on world-orientated objects, such as having things already in the scene and relying on references from that, by all means, you can do that. However, if you need objects to be placed in the scene, either at game time or during a game, just parent them to an object, and then as it's doing it, have them put either under root or just shown on the asset, and then just make sure the thing is not grabbable, so you don't just consistently move it around.
Yeah, because in theory, this will eventually you could just have these cards that come out. So everyone will get a card, and then, you know, someone will get the spy card. So they're the spy. They don't know where we're at. And the roles and locations will all be on the cards. So it'll be pretty cool. I learned something new tonight, how to orient things. I like that. Kind of just like aim down at the ground and then press the trigger, and it does that 90-degree
You can aim it anywhere, to be fair.
Oh, really? Wait. Oh, yeah. Trigger just kind of gets it horizontal. Or vertical, rather.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got our roles. We just gotta get rid of that one character there. Have you made a game or anything like that? Like, what is your main use with Flux? Is it avatar stuff, or?
I primarily work with the Flux in a measure of. I've made a couple of items. One of the most like sort of time poured into is a little funny desk that you can pop down and kind of just write code, whether that be C++, C Sharp, Lua, Python, and then just kind of connect it to a server, hit run, and it just kind of just runs.
Wow.
And it just works.
That's pretty cool.
It sends off the computer, and then it comes back with all the information live.
How do you type it? You could just use your
complete-
keyboard at your desktop then,
You
or,
can just
or the
yeah, you
actual
pretty much
keyboard in
just,
game?
Oh yeah, in game. It's you got a client server thing. So the server sits on your computer, does your stuff, does most of the running because. Yeah, and then you have the client which just sits in a game, which is a desk. If you want, I can give you a bit of a demonstration.
Yeah, check it out. Make a little hello world script.
I'm gonna just quickly jump into desktop and start my jump scare. Oof. Best part about doing development for this thing is you have to wait 30 minutes for Linux start. And then you just sit here at like 2 FPS and you're like, I mean, it's all for good reasons though. You know, I'm just gonna spend some more time kind of cleaning up the code while I wait for that thing to start. Yeah, so we now have a call button. We then have our, essentially, first off, we have our content, which we can use on here. And then what happens is
Let me pause you for a second. Where's the content? Where are you pulling that from?
Pulling it from this, because
okay.
Test.
So I can point it if I want to, where did I have that guy? Uh-oh, what did I do?
It'll probably be
okay.
there, yeah.
I was gonna do it as this role import. That's fine for now. Whatever you got, I can just change it later, right?
Yeah, you can kind of do that. That works too. You just feed in the text, and then
there it is.
We can. Well, you know, let's make it work with that. Read object variable of string. If I can actually spell, and it was set to flux, I could select it. So I don't need that anymore. So we feed it a thing, we'll give it a path.
Yep. Boom, and yeah, it's kind of hidden. Oh, did I do it in the wrong spot? I might have did it in the wrong spot.
You put it in the variable name.
Yeah, I was wondering why there was 2 there. So let me paste this in here. And this is going to be called role import. Which actually, in theory, I can use this as role and location import. For now, I'm just going to call it role import.
I love when virtual desktop just sits there dying for a bit, and then it kind of syncs up.
Well, that reminds me. I gotta see if my headset's... Ooh, my headset battery's low. Let me charge... I'm at 15%. No, it's okay. I'm testing this new power bank that I bought. I could just totally be plugged into my PC right now, but I'm just testing the power bank out, and it seems to be performing well. So I'm just gonna swap this cord out.
I gotta do a power bank mod from my headset, so I can get a bit more power out for while I'm doing non-seated standing play. Because running a quest is cool and all, but when you go from max of 80% to 20 in a little under half an hour,
yeah, it's bad.
An hour, 2 hours, and yeah, that gets a bit of a. When I get 2 hours of playtime, which is frantically insane somehow. So that it should have. Have we found the value? Yay! That value is big giant string of text. Nice.
So let's make sure it still works. Now, it should. It was the same text as before.
Yeah, we can then remove that because we don't need that variable thing. So long as the string is not empty or it doesn't break, you should be hopefully fine. You can then use that that, if you're a bit worried about safety and kind of just want to it's capitalized. I hate when you can use in combination once per frame with local leaky impulse bit. Best part about this is, let's say you have an interval set, and I'm just going to snitch that interval up here, 0.2.
Yep.
The current capacity is 0. The maximum capacity is pretty much the big limit. Let's set the let's just run through this for a bit. I'm going to spin that up. And now you can see it's now currently pulsing like this loop is, but slower and doing what we need. If we set the pulse maximum to be, let's say, 21, and then I pulse all the way up to there, and it hits 21, everything else comes out the overflow section. And then it kind of slows down, goes to the output, and then boom. And then once per frame is pretty much self-explanatory, though it really slows down when the user's at like 10, 15 FPS.
Nice. What does this guy over here do? I noticed this is a new one I haven't seen.
So this is a data model store. When you have a object, right, of string or any single piece of information, you can have a write. This allows you to essentially write information to the string for use later. You might be thinking, how are we supposed to get that from here? Grab the variable section, you'll get a protoflex reference proxy, open your radial menu, and you have 3 different options. You can create a local, a store, a data model store. A local is local to, hopefully, I think it's just the context of the thing, because protoflex kind of moves in that direction, and sometimes maybe backwards if you have mod. And for a certain thing of context, where you can go between one thing to another, but you can't quite use... It's like using variables outside a function that is defined inside of it. And then we have a store, which I think is local to you. And then a data model store, we can just give a good old click, and now we see a laser kind of attached to it, where this is synced to the network over the data. I still have no idea how they physically do the whole network syncing stuff. So if we feed this with a bunch of random garbled text that we don't really care of, hit right, and I'll just crash that for now. But there you go. You now have a data model store which contains text.
So I could use this in theory if I wanted to store something like the number of games that have been played in the history of this 100%. Game.
Best part about it is that every single piece of protoflux is its own kind of component. So we can see down here where it says object field store string plus store. That's a new thing from the type update. We can see the value, and then the fun fact, we can kind of...
Are you in your you're on your desktop right now, right? I'm like, how are you typing so fast?
Oh, no, I type in VR. I have a custom keyboard.
That's really fast.
Unfortunately, the sad part is that the hotkeys for copy, cut, and paste don't work.
Wow.
So I have to go edit them, but I can't because I need space. And my game's been broken because if you go into settings, then I think it's probably camera. No, it's somewhere in here. It's user interface. With quick photo capture, this funny little menu thing, you can have a photo inventory autosave path. That saves photos automatically to your inventory into a certain specified folder. I deleted that folder a while back, and I forgot to turn the setting off immediately after doing that. So I kind of just now have a build-up of stuff that I can't delete. So I have to go contact Resonite and then get them to do things and stuff.
So do you point to type? Do you use your triggers, or are you actually using your fingers?
I use my triggers because I can just kind of most of the time, I'll probably just come over to my window and then immediately kind of just focus in, drop my controllers, and making sure that I'm still focused in.
Nice.
Kind of just start typing like nothing's happened, and then I just get back up and ooh, there goes my knee, and
you
then
go.
yeah. Most of the time, if I'm typing out a big long string, I'm definitely just going to come over here and be like,
Yeah, yeah.
to kind of get into desktop mode, because if it's a manual task, I'm not going to bust my wrist on that. I'm just going to probably do it on shopping or something.
Yep.
I spelled that completely wrong. Wait a
Sorry.
minute. What? Oh, that's sick. They're driving the name in the inspector too. Yo, that's the first time I've actually understood. Yo!
Oh yeah.
Sometimes you get spelling mistakes, but yeah, you can. I can type pretty fast. To be fair, it's not really a big deal because most of the time I'll be typing slow. Because yeah, we can just kind of grab that and then. I keep forgetting the flex tool is never selected. So we'll just grab that and we'll kind of just clean this up a bit. You know, you can now kind of hit it with a find child by name, and then we'll just write the content. Sorry.
So in theory too, I could create child by name as well, if I wanted to modify to do that.
Yeah. If there are nodes, if you're trying to find something and there's not a node for it, and it's like a big long thing, I'd highly recommend. I'll go back. I'm gonna lag for a few seconds. Oh, hey, it finally started. Finished loading. So we go here. Let's go that one first, and then we'll go here.
Is it a custom node or something?
Not really. Yeah, we've got custom nodes. Tessa Coil made a couple of custom nodes a while back. There's my ProtoFlex folder full of nodes that I made. And
Okay.
then my kind of public folder if you want to take a gander inside where I've got all of my cool
Save
projects
these
I work
off.
on.
Inventory.
But hopefully, if I run through the loop again, airplane got saved. Amusement park. There we go. The check's doing it, so we'll just. nick
That's
that last
nice,
part
yeah.
of the string. Okay, this is a part at which I'm actually going to first use the node. I should clean up all of these node browser up. Ooh, Delta? Nice. There we go. Now, first time I'm actually using string length genuinely correctly. So instead of it looking like this, it looks like that.
Oh, nice. So -1, yeah, to get rid of that character.
You know, I'm not going to mess it up. Okay. Yeah. So we're essentially now doing choose parsec. Loop string. So now all you have to do is from here, we can kind of grab parsec for role name. So now all you have to do is you can kind of find child by name off this. We'll shove that in there. Give this a slot. And then
Finagle that.
reference. Oh, I already created a slot input. So now if we hit loop, Did I forget something?
So let's see, you...
Oh, I didn't. I don't think I hit start.
No, it's doing something. Put the slot in here. The name of the...
Oh. This is the first time a fine child by name has actually decided. Oh wait, no, we're finding a. Are we actually? We're supposed to find each of the things.
Yeah, you might have to... So the variable names are going to be basically the location name with a number on the end.
Hold on, I need to do a check real quick. I think I figured out the reason. So string contains. If this returns true, which I'm suspecting it does. Yep. All right. So we're just going to make the front character off because this contains a space. That's why we're not gonna get anywhere. As you can probably tell, that doesn't look quite right. If we substring this again. There we go. Yay!
Ah.
Called it.
It wasn't centered.
Yeah, so
That's how you
there was a
notice the space, yeah.
in the string. So when we add that back, we kind of put this back into a roughly good place. It's looking a bit better. Of course, there's a lot of wires, but that's protoflux for you. Now, if we do the loop, it finds Nile because aeroplane doesn't contain the space. Beach, carnival, casino, circus tent, corporate party, Crusader army. Days. Yeah, there we go. Your the slot selection is now getting it. So all you have to do is, if they're just strings, you just read the dynamic string off the slot with path name being. What's the role names? But then what's that? Oh, yeah, role. Okay. So now, if it ever finds anything with the name of like one of these roles, it should hopefully, theoretically, find it, grab it, and then give you the contents of the string.
Okay.
You can find most of the dynamicness in, at least for protoflux, you see...
Variables?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
because I'm thinking
dynamic.
component. Variables, yeah, dynamic, and then you get your write. Sometimes if you'd want to do a write or create, let's just get like shadow cast mode, for example. This allows you to essentially, if the thing doesn't exist or you can't find it,
It'll just write it, yeah. Yeah, I've done that.
I've realized that I kind of have to update my code and replace these with regular writes because most of the time they don't work for some stupid reason. I know someone's going to probably correct me, of course, but
Oh, this looks good. So what's left to do to get it to write over here?
We just need to now have the variable names
With the number appended?
Yeah, pretty much, and then we just update the list. Also, you don't have to do the slash. So long as this thing is a dynamic variable space on the root, you don't need the slash because it just just
I couldn't figure out how to get rid of that.
It's good if you kind of want to split up the individual things to different stuff. So
Yeah, I'll show you what I did here
Like-
real quick. Take a look at this. Let's see. Where did it go? Over here. Oh. Let me just pull this over so I can see better.
create Dinvar. Oh yeah.
Why is this?
I mean, technically, if it's coming from a node within the game, it is correct, but it's more up for how you want to sort of do it.
So yeah, I couldn't figure out how to get rid of that slash. Something in here is creating that slash. I don't know.
That would definitely be this node.
Oh, it's just this node always will create that slash with the.
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't need it, but you can have it, and if the game says it is, if the game creates it, then yeah, that is technically something that you're supposed to do. To be fair, it works either way, so I'm not too sure about that.
I gotta pack this back in before I screw it up. So if I delete this code right here, does that delete it from? It's not packed in right now, right? Or is it still packed in?
It is. It's still on the slot. If you were to move the entire thing, it would move as well.
Let me just do this then. Well, I could probably just open this in the inspector then. Uh-oh, what's going on here? Oh, here we go. Open an inspector, then I can go up. Up.
The worst part about the snapping tool is that sometimes if you unpack something on a slight angle, it then gets just very angry.
Oh, I've had that happen. That's why I stopped using that one tool I showed you earlier, because it happened with me when I was using that one tool. It hasn't happened since with using this public folder tool.
Because it kind of just like rotates into an axis, and it's very annoying. But yeah. So if we update each one of these lists, at least within the string up here for the roles, so it was like Ocean Liner 1 to 7. Then we can kind of just find. We can just do an append, and then we can find the contents.
So append it, or we got to add that in, right? The Spyfall /.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. So where are we at then? So we are reading the dynamic variable. So yeah, it's not reading it, which means it doesn't exist.
To be fair, I think forward slashes look a lot like if the pipe character was knocked over.
Yep. Yep. /. Okay, so we got the roles, we got the location. It's got the right instance. The name is... Oops. Zoo. So file channel by name in there, so that's right.
Best part about Resonite was the time. I like to kind of think of it as the day of reckoning for the people who work for Protoflux, because on that day, Fruxius changed the way that Protoflux wires were. So I think it was from 128 to 16, at least, because each one of I got showed this by a friend. Fun fact. Each one of the Resonite's wires, right? Each like the wire points and stuff.
Yeah.
They are technically a striped wire mesh. So they're an entire model. At least they're like performant.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it would kind of it'd be very bad and catastrophic. But you know, they're an entire thing, and then you have the material for the wires, and you can kind of just change them if.
You could change them. That's pretty cool. So there's probably it probably is parented, but based on the data type or something like that. It changes the color.
I'm thinking of making sort of skin packs for Resonite, where you kind of just hop in a world, and then spawn out a couple things you want to change on. Grab the materials, and you're just going to pawn it out and change the textures there. And then all of the nodes get changed. So that means that the colors here can go. I mean, that's a mod, but like you can change the colors with a mod for the node. Like the wires, the inspector UI, kind of most of the materials that could be found on the root of the world, you can kind of change. I'm thinking that sounds cool.
Yeah, I love node-based workflows. I've done a lot in DaVinci and Unreal and Blender geometry nodes.
I for the life of me can't get into how using geometry nodes in Blender, because it's always like, yeah, I'll go use them, and I'm like, 5 minutes later, I'm thinking, what the hell am I doing?
I think it's more for procedural stuff, if I had to guess. I haven't really got into it much myself, but seems like a lot of work to get to an end result you could just use.
Because I'm using, because I was like, oh, I'll be using the node-based workflow for creating a simple box, and I'm thinking, what am I doing with my life? Because like it's a simple thing. It's just Control A, and then you just like Shift A, sorry, and then you add a cube.
Oh, and Comfy UI. I don't know if you've ever done any AI artwork.
Oh yeah.
Comfy UI is also node based. All right, so it looks like this is almost done. What? So we just got to add in this. I'm trying to think of where we're at. So there should be a right somewhere over here, right? Where's the right at?
The right for the role names?
Yeah. Is this?
Yes, this is the right. So you kind of have to take the string data model store over here.
So, okay. This is the input. Somewhere over here. Substring.
And it kind of just comes up around into this, where then that right over there that I'm pointing at kind of goes back into it. It's more of a loop. So you can kind of see, due to the way that UIX is rendered in today's age, you can kind of, if you stand back far enough, see, at least on an angle, you can see all the wires behind the protoflux node.
Yeah.
So you get like real close. And also, that's also what happens with things like red prints and other stuff. Frixis changed the way that I think it was actually Prime that did it. Someone on the dev team changed the way the real IX is rendered. I think it was from back to front now instead of front to back, and it's kind of screwing up because you can shove objects behind it or certain materials, and it, like Fresnel materials behind UIX canvases, and it just breaks. I think the one reason that UIX is that protoflux is like slow, at least for the unpacking side, and creates a lot of lag, is the fact that UIX is very unoptimized.
Zoo. All right, so I gotta just get these to right here now. I think that's pretty much it. Ah, don't grab that. So yeah, we need Spyfall / airplane 1.
Yeah, let me go check on Visual Studio. Okay, that's up. That's doing that. Okay, we'll start. Alrighty. Yay, it started that.
Zoo minus the space. Find child by name. Parse text from role name.
If there's anything that you don't quite understand, I'm more than happy to give you information about anything.
Yeah, I'm following it. So this is the first time I've seen this string data model store, but it's pretty cool how it's almost like this is like a sub function here that's running inside of the loop.
Pretty much.
and it pulls whatever it got last from there. I'm just trying to figure out where I got to add my / Spyfall, and then I need some kind of 1 through 7 increment number to throw on the end of the name of the
So
role
all
name
we
here.
have to do, is we just edit the contents of role import to include like airplane 1, 2, 3, 4. That's normal. So it goes airplane and then the sub roles, and then all we have to do here is I'll just quickly grab that real quick. I wanna try something. That wrong one, completely wrong one. Join. One part about Resonite is that with variables being local, sometimes, say for instance, if this thing was local, I could click it and it would kind of just. Sometimes you kind of just can click UI, which is amazing. So during the join step, at which we're kind of grabbing the slot, we can do here, and then an input of Spyfall / / So then now we're kind of doing this. And when we look, oh yeah, I forgot. There we go.
Oh, you know what? No, it's crazy.
Actually, no. Okay. Yeah, what's up?
Does anything show up over here for you for these values? Do these show up as null? Like airplane value
Yes.
1? Because over here, whatever
yeah,
you just
they do.
did looks like it showed the...
No, that's the string join. One part about this is that the content is also kind of mushed too. If I'll just... Now, hopefully, if we figure out if the contents are actually is that? Oh no, that's. Oh,
Let me check something. Oh,
Right, there we go.
I just crashed or something. That's weird. Virtual desktop just crashed. Can you still hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Oh, I'm
Did
back.
it, like 3?
Yeah, I went back to my Quest 3. Let me check my battery. How's that thing doing? I'm at 20%. So yeah, looks like my battery bank's just barely giving me a positive charge, but it's charging. So yeah, Spyfall / roll HB, which actually I don't.
Those should be the names of. Oh crap! Sorry, I was normally my grab is
fine.
very big. It should be Spyfall / the name followed by the number into the contents of role import on the variable space. This specific text right here.
So how I have it coded, right, to pull these in is, let me just show you over here. So let's say the location is airplane, right? So first it's going to find the random location, 1 out of 30. Let's say it found airplane. Then for each player, it's going to pick a random number between 1 through 7. So if it picked number 1 for player 1, it's going to look at airplane Spyfall / airplane 1, and then it's going to give them the value, which would be like pilot. So in this case, if we come over here, this roll HB actually is supposed to be what would be assigned to this value. So we want the variable name to be this airplane 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we just kind of have the roles list, because if the roles are going to be in here in the values, then we're just going to read them. all we have to do is, for the string that we have, we can kind of just iterate over each one of them and then assign the individual ones for each of the games.
Yeah.
We just like consistently do a loop.
Because this over here, to me, this looks like this is what's the end variable name, right?
Yeah, pretty much what we're getting from here. So we take in the string, which is the big giant list of stuff, splitting by the commas, and then snatching the ones where it's text, then pipe, where that will come out here. We have the pipe, the character, and then we have the role, and then everything else too. Like I said before, we were doing the whole, we could use the pipe characters. We have the commas, which is the main loop, and then the pipe characters, which is the secondary part that does this.
So yeah, so what I'm thinking is, instead of this output here saying to spyfall / roll HB, it should be spyfall / airplane 7 in this case, since it's the last 1 through 7. And then
all that would require to do is just updating this with this variable over here with the correct information. Because updating this reflects that. Unless you have like another place at which like the stored information is at that we can kind of loop over.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of how I can show you this. So yeah, so over there you got passenger train is set as the random location. Let's just flip through this, see if it works still. Okay, polar station, right? That's the location that was selected. So on start, it's going to do like 20 different things. It's going to select the spy, select the location. It's going to assign the roles. So for each player, it's going to just roll a random number 1 through 7. And if polar station number 1 was rolled for player 1, it's going to assign them the role of like scientist. So
okay,
basically, instead of in this text over here where we had, can I just pull this out?
Yeah.
Where'd my text go?
Kind of.
Let me just paste again.
Oh, we can just kind of use this.
Okay. So yeah, pretend we're dealing with airplane right now, right? So role A actually would be like pilot. But role A would be assigned to airplane 1. The value of that would be pilot.
Okay.
So I was expecting in this output, if the code ran here, what I was expecting to see in airplane 1 would be actually that role A there. Would be assigned to airplane 1. Yep.
That would, because we're already getting it, all I have to do is...
Someone wants to come help.
I
think we're almost done. I'm wrapping up here soon anyways. It's almost...
We can use funny increment and node.
Yeah. Thanks for the offer though in chat. I appreciate that.
Decrement. So we both have integers, and then we can kind of now loop over each of the individual ones, and then should just allow us to do it. Now, every time we increment, we actually don't even need to do that. We can kind of just do this, so that when we fire on, obviously this is very much convoluted on a method that probably wouldn't work. Fire on true, and that's value stub.
Value E int.
How did it get a sub from E? Oh, yeah, no, because I see what's going on. So if the we'll create a Boolean store from here. If this equals 7,
Yeah, 0 based, right?
yeah, pretty
It'll
much.
either be 7 or 8.
So if it is, then we can kind of just write null to this. So now every time the loop increments,
Yep.
we can kind of hit the run button, and then 1, 2, 3.
Ah, I see. So for
Oh.
each location, it's going up by 1.
7, and then it hits 0. So now we have that loop that we can go through. So we're essentially measuring all of the I plugged it into the wrong space, but wrong node. But you can kind of get the idea on how it's working. And then we just have a manual clear up here if we need to reset it.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it'll go through all of the spots and increment the counter, but it actually should just be incrementing the counter over the loop string, which is this. So now that actually does the proper loops. So we're actually counting 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's kind of like 180, 190 BPM, pretty much. So yeah, we clear that, which somehow we managed to hit 0. So we'll increment that, and then we don't need that anymore, so we can.
Someone in chat says they're going to hack my game. Don't hack my game. I don't want it to be hacked.
That is definitely not a good idea to hack someone's game.
Who is it?
Speaking of hacking, Resonite doesn't really run into people who have like hacked clients that much, because at that point you're better off just doing it in Resonite, because there's no need to make a mod if you can do it within Resonite.
Thanks, Ape Dev. Yeah, it's just a fun social game. No one's going to care about high scores or anything. I don't even need to build a scoring system into it. It's fun without scores.
I would highly recommend at some point researching into types like, oh, that was my notification to plug in my headset. Ooh, I hate that sound. Scary sound. It's like, oh, I swear it just, maybe a toolkit just doesn't allow me to change the sound. Actually, no, I could just, no, I can. Funky though. Yeah, it should hopefully be roughly in a good position, and then if we need to count down again, we have this we can put there. So now every time we increment
to a new location.
Yeah, instead of getting that, what we can do is we can get this zoo, and then how's that not a fucking type? What? Value cast. Oh. You know, a whole node with stuff that you don't even you don't really need.
Yeah.
Which is insane. No, wait, hold on. Oh, I'm a complete idiot. It's two string.
Yep.
Yeah, because I'm thinking pass. That's the same thing, but now it goes in the reverse. Now, if we take this dynamic variable thing, shove that behind so that we're not like having a lot of clunky wires. Now, every time this increments now, we will have
Ah,
Well, dynamic variables. Aeroplane gets cut off, but that's as simple as just setting a space at the start.
oh, I see. Was it like halfway through or something, or?
The string split for the space.
Oh,
So we just do that. And then we can kind of rerun the thing. Yeah, now aeroplane is fine. Oh, wait a minute. I'm an idiot.
yeah, about to say that number's getting huge.
Or...
Yeah, this is getting pretty crazy, Ape Dev. I'm gonna pick apart this code when I'm get some free time the next couple days and figure out how it works exactly. But I see that it's actually
we were running through the loop. What? If
so.
7 equals... No, because if this equals 7...
Yep.
6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Now, if the thing is greater or equal to int, it will then fire on true.
So it looks like it's 0th based. We got to get rid of the 0 and then have it so it goes up to.
Then we can just kind of value right for 1. Using the clear variable to start at 1 instead of 0.
Ah, look at that.
4, 5, 6. So we have 2 variables. We have the starting number. And we have the end number. Range loop int would be a better alternative for this thing.
So now it just needs to go up to 7. Do we just got to change that to an 8? 7 to an 8?
7 to an 8, yeah, pretty much. Range loop int essentially is a for loop where we started something, ended something with a step size. We get the current iteration, start iteration and end, and we fit. It's like a very weird for loop where you can define the size.
That's good.
For some reason, say for instance you wanted to start at iteration 12 and then go to like 15. I'm not too sure why you'd want to do that.
Yeah, but they built a node for it.
You also have asynchronous versions of it, which is nice for some reason.
ApeDev says, I see you're using my editor. Which editor is that? Is that your...
The funny Protoflux tool or the...
Oh yeah, maybe it is this Protoflux tool.
Maybe. But what... Yeah, let's duplicate this.
Can you see where it came from?
Yeah, I'll just I'll take a look at the name of it because most of the time people will put it on the root. Waffles. Is that... Wait, is that Waffle? Is that Cosmic in chat?
His name's ApeDev on YouTube. Maybe.
ApeDev. Yeah. I'm suspecting it's either the multi-tool or it's the
search thing that you're using?
I guess, yeah.
He'll specify in chat, I'm sure. Alright, so let's change this sucker to an 8 and see if it works. I'm gonna hit, is it this call over here, or do I hit the async call? Async call, right?
No, it's at async. Yeah, it's that one.
Okay.
But now that you hit it, and then it's supposed to... Oh, hold on a minute. We should probably do that. Yeah, do that.
Alright, so I think it's doing 1 through 7. That's good. Wouldn't be writing anything yet, though, would it? No.
Okay, that's... How many rolls per...
No, this looks good. There should be 7 rolls per location, so...
7 rolls per location.
Oh, he's Waffle. It's Waffle.
Oh, it's Waffle. Ah, yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, because I'm thinking, because it goes 1 through 7, and then when it hits 8, it does it, and then you'll sometimes have times where it'll be like, it'll switch to, let's say, university on the 6th.
No,
I understand. So when we started the original loop, what we need to do is we need to essentially clear the contents first of the array, or like kind of set the number count back at 0, so that when we hit start, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. Yeah, that happens.
looks good.
Why does that happen? What the?
What's happening?
Yeah. Okay. If you have a look over here, do you see sometimes it'll just jump back?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks good.
Is that does that look like it's iterating over itself? Because from what I'm seeing, it goes.
Oh, restaurant, school, service station. Yeah, it looks like it somewhere in there. It does kind of loop back, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it ended at Zoo 2. Should end at Zoo 7. If we could get these to write to these slots, we'd be able to kind of just check to see if they lined up. What you working on here?
Setting up a duplication thing. So we. Call for the parent. If I. I'm gonna make this look a bit ugly for a second, but
At least my headset's charging. That's good news. Don't
God.
do it.
I did
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I did it. Hey, could you delete that
Yeah.
Boolean connector on condition for me real quick? I gotta reload my game. God damn
Boolean
it. I'm like,
connector on condition.
On the condition for the async while.
Async while. Okay. Async while. Let's delete this. Yeah, everything
I'm
turned
like,
red.
oh, well, I'll take it for a bit more of a caution. I forgot that it was a while loop instead of a for loop.
Alright, I deleted it. What else do I need to do?
That's about it. I'll be back in a second.
Alright, cool.
I love this. Casual.
And this looks like it's gonna work. Thank the Lord for Char Char coming through in a pinch to help automate this code. I could have hard coded these 210 locations, but that would have been a pain. And it would have made it so that, you know, this game really wasn't future proof if I wanted to update locations or roles. So I think this is going to be good. What do I have set over here? What is this? Oh, I think this is the crappy code I was trying to use. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Yeah, these headsets don't last long. I usually play wired. I mostly use VR when I'm live streaming. Recently, I've been doing a lot of Resonite offline, working on the code for this game, which it seems to be working pretty good. Oh no, I broke this. Oops. Let's fix that. Why did that should be parented there. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Spyfall. Yeah, that's what we're coding right now. It's basically ready. I have a lot of optional requirements. This is my requirements list here to make the thing fancier and that, but I basically all I had left to do was hard code in the role names, which there's 210 role names. Is this not parented? All right, let's parent that. I don't know why. Oh, that shouldn't even be there actually. I think this was just a test. Oh, maybe I should have it here for now. All right, so let's open this in the inspector. And oh yeah, I should probably parent that. I guess I could drive it maybe with this. Open an inspector. So label time. No, it's not it. Okay. Oops. So yeah, we want to put that there, but I might mess other things up. I don't want to mess that up. I could drive it though, probably, the timer display at least. Maybe I can just move that over. Is that gonna mess things up?
Hello there.
Hello, hello. Alright, that worked. Okay.
Folder.
So yeah, I disconnected this for you. I don't know.
Cheers.
Was it-
I cut the wire here and realized, wrong wire. And so I should have cut the one with the loop string, because I kind of now have to go and jump up to that empty object and delete it. Because that's the loop string and not the name, not this string over here. So I was
Gotcha.
writing the contents every single time. So there's going to be a lot of them, of stuff like that.
Yeah.
You wouldn't happen to have here
What do you need?
multi-tool.
Oh yeah, hear me. Do you like that other one you had before?
That one's fine.
Alright, let's just give you this for now. I can just duplicate that there.
Cheers.
Let's look at the chat. Ape Dev, he
Hey,
says,
Ape.
little game here, okay. What's ever thing I made as an editor? I don't know what that means, Ape Dev.
What?
But he does want to play
Ever
Spyfall, so that's good. Maybe this game will be a hit in the
Makes
Resonite community. It's a
Oh,
perfect game for
100%.
Resonite.
Spyfall sounds
Social.
Yeah, no. So now it'll actually be doing it, because if I go up here and then I hit up, it looks completely fine until you click in here.
Yeah, I
and-
noticed that as you were running it. I was like, it's writing a lot of stuff. Is that normal?
Yeah, it should not be doing that. It should be printing out the individual names and not consistently looping.
Oh, good. Ape Dev, he's going to promote the game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I should probably teach you about a fun thing. I'm gonna just pull a conditional for a second. So
Yep,
we have an UIX button.
Oh, you can scale it.
Can
Yeah, yeah.
technically. So, all right. Aim your. Go ahead. Yeah, give me 1 second. So, give a good old normal click with that, for example.
Waffle. Okay, waffle.
Okay.
Yeah, waffle.
So you can kind of normally click that, right?
Yeah,
Like, instead of like spamming it fast, it kind of hurts a bit. What you can do, grab both your lasers. It works with any UIX button. Grab both your lasers, aim them at it, hold down one trigger, and you can do a thing called UIX spam.
Ah, that's cool.
Now aim at my nose and do the UIX spam.
Okay. Ah, so it's like a special input. So I can't
sort
just
of,
normally hit your
no.
nose, right? Oh, it does like individual notes. Wow.
used them like twice. Wow, that was lucky.
Oh, it's like a random.
Yeah, so UAX spamming is a bug caused by how Fruxis decided to implement the UAX, which is essentially the thing that gives Spot input. It's like all of this. It's sort of characteristics and the visuals as well. And so sometimes if you just need to iterate a number really fast, you can use that. It's also how I managed to fill up that local leaky impulse bucket so fast. Because I know most people are a bit confused. It's like, how'd you do that so fast? And it's like, oh, no. And I'll be like, oh, I clicked too fast. I'm like, what?
Yeah, you got double triggers.
Alright, that's doing that. That hopefully should not explode now.
It's not going to explode. It's going to be great.
Yeah. Hey, it's not 86. Yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah, this is comfy. All right, let's see what we got going on here. All right, so this is what you got. You got a bunch of stuff. I wrote it all.
There's all of our content from the thing. And, fun fact, it continuously generates it until the loop is done, which is good. We'll check the contents of the loop so we make sure that we're not actually exploding that game.
I noticed the names have the character in it still. The location.
Yeah, we're pulling directly from the
Oh, I
the
see.
one that isn't edited.
Before it stripped that character.
Yeah, it's better to pull from unedited data because if you're trying to do logging and you're pulling from information that's been either composed, joined, split, or a bunch of other things, splitting is completely fine. It's just that because we're kind of logging to see what's going on with it.
Yep.
So if we grab much further in the chain where we've done a lot of string editing on it, then we kind of edit the parts where we shouldn't. And so it's a bit of a rough area.
Got ya. What is Waffle saying? Do you know the game Yeeps? Hide and seek. I do not.
I don't think I think I've heard of it like one. Ooh, wait a minute.
What happened?
Is every single role supposed to have the exact same amount? Because the difference between movie studio, passenger train, and pilot ship, and then we just get like, hold on, it doesn't look right.
Should all have 7.
Wait, does it?
No, just because some of the locations are so short, it's hard to tell. I think that's why.
6, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Never heard of that one either, Waffle.
7.
I think we're good. Really, you should just be able to check the last one, which should be, what was that number again? Or letters?
Yeah, because some of them look like they don't have. Some of them look like they don't have as much in them, which is a funky thing because it stops at 2.
They all have 7 though, don't they? Looks like they have 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think it's just a visual thing because when you're scrolling through, like up here, school is so short, you know. It starts to blend in. When you get some of those locations that are less characters, like hotel.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, they're good. I noticed that too earlier when I was going through stuff. I was like, why does this look like this? But yeah, it's just.
We can. Ooh. Best part about this is we can try some things. Whoa.
Give it a little pulse and say see you later.
Kind of just gets rid of all of our contents and then. There we go. Now we've cleared that. What we can do now is just add a bit more logging so we can actually get a bit of a more determinate thing.
So you're just moving up the chain a little bit here.
Yeah, so with the
Hero.red, is that like a...
oh yeah, there we
Special
go.
color.
Now it's actually colorizing it, but that's not what I'm supposed to be putting it right here. It should be
So what's
yeah,
the
no,
way
I
to...
was, I
What's the
was
best
trying
way
to
to stop
specify
that
color
loop
the,
in the background? You just cut one of the lines and rejoin them or something?
cut the async while
Okay.
thing, and then it kind of clears it. I was trying to hit like Crusader Army,
Green.
Embassy, and then the
Yeah,
hospital. The
yeah,
ones
yeah.
with the pipe character was supposed to be red, but I kind of screwed up a bit. But
Yeah, that would have been good.
yeah, you can use color tags to kind of change the text color. Just,
Hero Red, that's a pretty cool name.
Hero is more light colors. We don't have blue, which but in the hero section, it's technically cyan for some weird reason.
Hero Cyan.
I'm not too sure why though. Yeah, no, we can. It should iterate correctly. I'm not too sure what's going on here. Okay, if we start at 1, but what if we actually start at 0? Does that make any difference? Does it not? Ooh.
Yeah, no color coding.
Just let that real quick.
1 second, I gotta take this call.
Alrighty. What the hell is this going on? I swear I swear this is tricky. This is tricky to understand.
Did you hear any of that?
No.
Good. Good old mute button on the microphone.
Oh yeah.
Alright.
This is confusing. I'm being confused by my own project now.
Yeah, it's a lot going on. You know it better than I do. I kind of know some of the outputs, but that's about it. Whatever happens in the middle is a little foggy for me.
Okay, so we start at 0. Contains, which it does. That's a. Oh, okay. Is that
What are you looking for now?
completely? Okay, so aeroplane doesn't exist in this list.
Why not? Oh, because... Yeah, that's interesting.
Why?
So
Why
when it
does it not exist in this?
searches for the first string, comma separated,
It's a very weird location at which the Yeah, gonna do a hover.
It's like a zeroth something. Maybe just like add a delay and see what's happening.
I guess, but
Yeah, it's weird.
hold on.
Shows airplane 1 there. Or airplane...
We could.
Waffle says he knows why it's not showing airplane. Why is that, Waffle?
I'm probably not making the contents of the loop correctly.
Well, it's interesting because over here it does grab airplane
it
1.
does show up there, but it's not. But I don't think we're iterating over and writing the first part to. No, we are, but we're not grabbing it. No, because we. Oh no, because we're iterating. Right after our original loop. Ooh, bad idea, very bad idea. Don't do that. Don't do the method I was going to do, because that will genuinely kill you.
Yeah, he said you didn't set the loop up right. That's what Waffle says.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, we can invite Waffle and get their help.
I'm surprised Waffle can make that out just from this visual on the live stream.
That's what Resonite developers are for. Oh, not developers, Resonite community members do.
Yeah.
Even a single string of a single line of protoflux, and the immediate thought is to, are there any errors in here? If so, I'm commenting.
Yep. Well,
the community is like really nice.
Other than that first indexed string that I got, everything else seems to be good. What happened? Someone attacking you in your home?
No, no one's attacking me.
You just like looked off in the distance. I'm like,
uh-oh. If I were to get attacked, I'd probably get attacked by my rabbit.
Gotcha.
Just that. I think we should probably things out of the road. I guess, no, I'm confused. Funky, this is supposed to be working. Yeah, no, I'm not iterating the loop correctly, but I really don't want to touch that while loop. So it seems to be working correctly. It could. Aha. We'll do that. We'll add all the host user things.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of put this.
Oops.
Oh, that is the bullshit part. That happens.
Oh, because it's all connected.
They're not even connected too, which is confusing.
I know. I hate that when that happens.
Yeah, and then you have to pack it. You have to unpack it. Ooh. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You just kind of
grab them.
Oh. Yeah, with the same hand, you can just kind of
group and go.
Yeah, group and go. It's pretty much a very rudimentary selection.
Yeah, Waffle says he's a developer, so when he sees something happen, he tries to hop in and fix. That's all right. I probably got another 10 minutes left of me, and I gotta head off, so... But we can always troubleshoot this another time. It's almost done.
What's going on right here? I'll do another iteration. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. It hits 9. Yeah, no, it's doing a loop. Yeah, oh.
You seen it hit 9 somewhere?
It hits 9 and then it rolls over. Or is that just my game? That's probably my game because of the amount of times
I'm
it's
watching this
heavily
one up
done.
here, and this one seems to be hitting 7
It hits
consistently.
9. It hits 9 and then it's. I said greater or equal to, not bloody greater or equal to 9 plus 1. Where's the plus 1 coming from? Is. Ooh. Ooh, I might understand what's going on. Resonite might actually be balking right now.
You need to add some delays in there or something?
No, as in like Protoflex might be dying, or it's doing something it shouldn't be doing. This could be a bug,
Oh,
if I'm correct, or I'm just Waffle's probably gonna correct me in the chat, but this is
I blame Protoflux. No, is there any way we can?
I blame Protoflex too.
Is there any way we can write those over to here to these just to see if they're being populated?
We can, yes. We just kind of actually write instead of read.
Might be an easier way to troubleshoot it.
You-
He says if there is an issue, he's going to let the dev team know.
Object right latch, value right.
Yeah, thanks, Waffle. I'd love to contribute to having helped Char find a issue. Now, say once I get this game up and running, right, and everything's working, is there a way I can like have this world be so people just can't mess with the code, other than me? Is that like an option?
Yes, there are options. We're going to get a hard permission system later, but you can essentially set people into like the moderator or guest. You can go to your session and then permissions tab, and you can see like default anonymous, visitor, contact, host, and then can kind of just change the things. And if you want, you can change the default host to be guest, for example, so that the host can't even change people's permissions.
Ah,
And then everything else just guest on top of that.
so there's a way. I don't think people are going to come in here and mess with it, but I guess I got to like save off a copy of it or something just in case, and you never know.
So if we what's this? Yeah, no, it's
Not a bug, he says. He or she. I don't know.
Oh.
Waffle says it's not a bug.
yeah, I get to do the funny now. First time in an actual day. With it?
Yeah. So airplane rolls weren't getting set until...
Maybe instead of starting the iteration at 1, it starts it at 0. Where did I put it? There it is. It's everywhere.
So yeah, this can help us troubleshoot a little bit because you can see airplane 3 was set as roll B, which should have been C, although airplane 1 and 2 weren't set at all, so that's interesting.
Yeah, so if we start if we started at 0, then it should hopefully properly increment the loop.
Almost. Knocked it up one more. Now airplane 2's at roll B. So roll A just wasn't run.
What does bank look like?
Well, let's see if
E.
is bank
no,
1
why
supposed
does
to be S though? That's the question.
We need to.
Oh yeah, why is beach there?
Yeah, good question. I'm not too sure.
That's all right.
Yeah, so the hell?
It's getting some nulls.
Huh. I mean, it's getting the contents, but.
Yo, what's up, Wazzy the Yeep? Yeah, waffle seems nice, you know. I'm not freaking out because I don't really know. I've used his tool, but I don't know the history, so I guess it's a good thing.
Ooh. Okay, actually, no. I think it is the time to blame Protoflux, or I'm doing a weird iteration step. I'm not too sure. If you want, I can save this and take a look at it later. For ya.
Okay. You want to I could probably just give you this whole Spyfall thing, right? Can I just
we'd have to pack code first, which is something that we'd
yeah.
Let
me save this off maybe.
all I have to do is just
Trying to keep this. So let me go to my inventory. I'm gonna rename this as Spyfall. Oh, I gotta go up a level. We'll call this Spyfall V 0.3. That wouldn't break any of my features, would it? If I just rename the highest level slot?
No.
Let's just test. I could see. Okay, that seems to be good. That seems to be good.
Should.
That's good.
Component control. I don't know why we still have that thing.
Okay, so let me just save this to my inventory, so I know I got to back up in case I need it. Games, Spyfall.
Here you go. That was actually pretty easy.
Is that your code there?
Now, yeah, pretty much. So the way that it works is it's called testing. We got the text where the tag is set to be the thing, and then this contains our
code.
Our code.
Why can I grab this? Is it not grabbable?
No, it should be. Oh, you're grabbing it with the multi-tool.
Gotcha.
When it's when the thing's there, so it's kind of.
All right, that worked. Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you could figure that out. It'd be amazing. It's gonna save me some time.
Because I'm confused as to why it's breaking. I mean, I've had while loops die on me halfway through building stuff.
Do you need this Spyfall?
No, everything that I need is pretty much inside of here.
Okay.
It was just mainly the text from there, and then. So,
Yeah, Wazzy, yeah, he is. He's a dev. He made some of the tools and stuff. Or at least he works with the dev team, so. Alright, yeah, that's it for me. Char, you're amazing. Thanks for tuning in. What, did you find me on the Discord channel?
I was scrolling through originally trying to find a message from one of my friends. And then I'm like, someone's like trying to make some things, and
yeah.
I'm like, okay, I'll just see if they need any assistance, and so I'll just pop in and say hi.
That's great. Yeah, I tried doing things the most complicated way. Like I said, I could have just hard-coded in those. I've been live streaming now for Oh, 4 hours. Wow. So yeah, I
Speaking of 4 hours,
yeah.
I've been here for 2. I swear, like 15 seconds ago, that read 36 minutes.
Yeah. So yeah, I totally could have hard coded all those roles in that time. That would have been doable. But I think the right way to do it is with the code that we wrote. So again, it's future proofed if I want to add new locations and roles. So the real way to do it, right, would be to take that input text that we were working with.
Yeah.
And then instead of having these roles here like this, or these slots here, you would write these slots, so for all the locations. Another thing I should mention too is I also have this slot here called location list that contains all the numbered locations. So that's how I randomly select them. I do location random number 1 through 30. So once I have that, then I come here and I get the roles assigned. But
so why is 2 Carnival? That's the
yeah,
one that kind of
yeah. So in theory, I could get the location list and all of these different slots from the input text. There's probably a way to do that as well, but for now, at least if I can get the roles, that'll get me a good start, and I can know how to piecemeal everything else together. So yeah, if you figure it out, shoot me a message on the Discord or whatever, and I'll probably be back online in some Resonite the next.
To be fair, if Waffle's online, I might jump in with in an instance with them, and we might be able to figure out what's going on here. Because I'm not at that moment at which I can just point and look at text and be like, oh wait, you got an error there, and it just kind of just work.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's tricky. Maybe there's a better way I could format the input. Something like that. Get rid of the location names in the input and have it be a separate thing, so we know that only the first seven strings are going to go into whatever's in location list number 1, which in this case would be airplane. So then it would go to airplane, and it would just assign airplanes 1 through 7 the first 7 strings in the list, and so on and so forth. That might be simpler, but there's a lot of ways to solve it.
Yeah. Because I normally would just do a count and then do an iteration. I might have to get my friend to make a node that kind of does stuff like this, like an iteration count and then the fire on true. Because it is genuinely confusing to find that it's doing a weird loop. I could have walked it somehow, or I've done something.
We'll figure it out. I'll get it figured out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when the game's ready, I'll be making some posts and some asking for people to come play. So you'll see me around. I'll be in the Resonite community for a little while longer here at least. So the main reason I love Resonite, it's an amazing platform, but if I wanted to make a game like this, like an Unreal Engine, I know how to do all the design and the coding and that, but the part that gets me is the network aspect of it. This is all the social friends lists and all that stuff's just built in. So if you can make the game here, then you don't got to worry about doing all the coding for setting up matchmaking and all that kind of stuff. It's just all built in. So, but yeah, Resonite's pretty sweet.
I think of Resonite as if Unity was already pre-set up, like a simple project that you shove down and you can use. Yeah. And then from there, you kind of create your game around it. And then, pretty much.
Yeah, I got some ideas for some upcoming live streams where it's I try to code a game in an hour or two, something simple like a Simon Says or a picture matching game, just simple ideas of what can I do in an hour, and just try to get myself more familiar. And I like doing the challenge aspect where I'm coming up with it quick, and I got the skills in Blender and that, so I can quickly model up some stuff and throw it in here. Even this card, it doesn't appear to be anything fancy, but I mocked this up in just 5 minutes in Blender. It actually has depth to it, and there's three different materials. There's an edge material, then a back and a front. And I have a feature built in. I don't know if I'm going to go with the visual aspect, at least right away. But based on the location that's selected, the physical board game of Spyfall has... let me just pull in one quick before I end this show. How do I go to my files?
Oh, yeah. Funnily enough, have you ever heard of a thing called Reddit?
Yeah, I need to get that. I watched a tutorial on that like yesterday, where you can browse all the user created assets, either in a web browser or straight in VR. So I can look if I want to like find a table or something. Oh, am I crashing? I might be crashing. Nope, we're good.
Oh yeah.
Oh, because you just loaded that in.
Yeah, you're in luck. So,
okay.
There you go.
I'll save it to
It's a copy of
inventory.
Reddit.
I should probably put this.
It's a facet, so you kind of have to spawn it out as a facet, track yourself in the UI edit mode, and then spam it on your dash, and then you have an entire window you can use Redx with.
Don't I need isn't there a prerequisite to Redx? Isn't there something else I got to install?
No, everything is self-contained.
Alright, I saved it to inventory. Yeah, I'm going to use that because there's probably a lot of stuff that's already made I don't need to make from scratch, so. Alright, cool. Oh, someone's in chat. Let me just see what they said.
Game. You just go onto the Steam store and you just kind of like search Resonite, and then you can download it. It's free and it's amazing.
Free to play. Yeah, this world does not showcase how amazing it is. It's just a blank void of coding. But yeah, I've seen some pretty cool worlds already. All right, I'm out of here. Thanks, Char. I'll catch you around. Maybe we'll do another session again soon. Yeah, he says Waffle knows how to fix the loop. Yeah, maybe he does. Maybe he'll let us know. But either way, I got some ideas of how to come up with the workaround. But if you got any ideas, Char, shoot me a message, and we'll fix it. If not, I'll probably come up with a alternative in the meantime. I've been thinking through it a little bit. So, all right, I gotta save the session and peace out. It is. Oh, it's 1:35 a.m. here. And I got a 2-year-old that's going to be waking up in like 5 or 6 hours or something. So, all right. Thanks again for all the help. It was amazing.
Alrighty.
I'm going to exit out of here. Oh, how do I do it? All right. Let's take a break.
Taking a break.
All right. Wow. That was the longest live stream I've done in a while. Thanks for tuning in to the Virtual Steve Show, everyone. I need to get to bed, but I will catch you in the next episode where we're going to be doing some more Spyfall VR development work. Maybe I'll get the coding sorted out offline. These streams are probably insanely boring for most people. I understand that, but I figured I might as well live stream if I'm going to be doing this stuff anyways. But how does Waffle know how to code? I don't know. I don't know much about Waffle. But thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Future episodes, I'm going to be doing more 3D modeling stuff for my assets for my game if I need to. And hopefully in the next week or two, we'll be able to play the game Spyfall. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be great. I need to get some people in to test it. So hit up my Discord. Link might be in the description to my Discord. Or just find me in the Resonite Discord and say, hey, where's Spyfall at? Keep your eyes posted. I'll be putting it in the live streaming page for when I'm finally going to be looking for people to play. I'll probably message people in the Discord saying, hey, I need some people to play. But I already got a bunch of VR content creators lined up, some very popular ones as well that are going to check the game out with me when it's done. So it should be fun. A lot of people that you guys might know. So peace. Waffle, can I test? Yeah, I can send you some stuff, Waffle. I'm heading to bed now. It's getting really late here. I do appreciate your willingness to help out. I thought it was a pretty straightforward problem, but I couldn't figure it out. Char seemed like Char had it. So, but yeah, I can probably shoot you a link. I'm new to Resonite, so I don't know how to send things, but I can probably just send you a link to. I just saved off the latest version of Char's code and my code. I think there's a way I can just send you a link to it or something. So hit me up on Discord. I'll probably be awake for the next 20 minutes or so before I fall asleep, so I can shoot you some stuff maybe. All right, I'll catch you guys in the next episode of the Virtual Steve Show. Peace out, y'all.